5. Padres 1-3. Rockies 2-2. Rockies won the season series last year against San Diego, and the heater at 94 miles an hour is in there for a strike.
Good night to pitch at Coors Field. The wind gusting in from left field.
How's that feel down there, Jeff?
Yeah, I can feel it down on field level. Sometimes it's just up at the flags. Today you can feel it down here as well. So the players are going to have to make sure that they deal with that just a little bit, because the wind's blowing back in towards home plate. So if a pop-up goes up, then don't call it too soon. Let the guy, when it gets to his highest point, make that call and that decision at that point.
Here's the 0-2 on Gwynn. It's a good breaking ball in the dirt, 1-2. The leadoff spot in 4 ball games for the Padres is 1 for 16. That's not good.
Well, you're trying to set a table for your best RBI people and allow Eckstein to move people around. And when you do that, you just limit a lot of offense for Adrian Gonzalez.
Well, Bud Black has used 3 different players already in the top spot in the lineup. You know, it's kind of like the 3-hole, Huey. It's a spot you'd like to know. You know, people like to know their role in the bullpen. You'd like to know most days who's hitting leadoff.
You have to, because those are the guys that set the table for your big boppers, and it's nice to have that consistent player there where you know every single night, okay, you know, I remember when I was coming up, it was Ricky Henderson. When you were playing the A's, boom, he had it. When you played the Red Sox, when Wade Boggs was there, or the Yankees, when he was with them. I mean, those guys, they set the table that you knew exactly they were going to be there every single night.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Gwynn. And the heater's inside, 3-2. Jason Hamill a year ago struggled at Coors Field in the first half, and then as a club, the Rockies won 10 of his final 12 starts at Coors Field. And he said, you know what, it finally felt like home. I was holding up my end of the bargain. Overall last year, fine season for Hamill. And Gwynn earns a free pass, and that is most unusual. Hamill last year, George, allowed just 2.1 walks per 9 innings, which was the 9th best mark in the National League in terms of control.
The forward strike zone shows that pitch out of the zone at 93 miles an hour. Yeah, he walked 21 in the first half, 21 in the second half. All that covered almost 178 innings. So, I mean, yeah, you didn't have a lot of walks. That did not come back to haunt him.
This guy's a real good hit-and-run guy, David Eckstein, and Gwynn runs well at first and really has a large lead. That's a strike. Huey, you like to get out, what, about 15 feet?
Yeah, about 15 feet. It was usually a 1-2 step and then a shuffle, get out there. And it's going to put a lot of pressure on Troy to make the right call as far as who's going to make the coverage here. If it's a fastball away, look for Troy to cover at second base instead of Clint Barnes. But I also like to get it early, so I made sure I was out there before the pitcher even really came set or took his signs, because now I wanted him to look up and go, uh-oh, he already has his lead.
And that is exactly what Gwynn did. He's getting his lead very early when he looks back out. I mean, Hamill very quickly gets back up on the mound, but Gwynn has been able to move and get in position.
You know, he's not quite Jamie Wright, but for a big man, George, he's got quick feet on his move to first.
If you're right-handed, you want to have a good move to first base, you've got to have quick feet.
Runner going, and he shut it down. That was a smart play by Gwynn, because the Rockies pitched out.
Yeah, great observation, Drew, because it was. And Gwynn, anytime something's different, you know all of a sudden that, you know what, I can't go. Gwynn's got his lead like he wants it right now. A lot of times you'll see guys just back just a little bit more into the baseline, but he's more up towards the front side. That to me creates a little bit of a bad angle going into second base.
This looks like a hold.
Yep. Well, that's the other thing you can do, and George knows that. You sit there, you hold, because most pitchers like to get the ball, and within a second and a half, they want to deliver it home. If they don't, as a base runner, you know, wait, something's on, he's going to hold it, or he really just trying to freeze you.
Well, the other side of it, after you hold it like that, be quick to the plate with your very next pitch.
There you go.
Vary the move to the plate, vary the move to first base, be a soft toss, be a hard toss, make them dive back. Hey, you're just playing catch. They're the ones diving in the mud.
Well, I mean, that's the way you slow them down. A few dives back and forth, step off, holds them, do anything you can do to keep that guy from getting that, boom, immediate acceleration.
There he goes, and this is in the air to center field. Varmus tried to deke Gwynn, but Tony Gwynn found the baseball. 1 out.
Well, obviously, you got a lot of guys yelling. Renteria, Hoffman, both yelling that the ball's in the air back because they're judging the distance to try to get Gwynn's attention. When the ball's hit, you got to find it as a base run.
Yeah, make sure for all you guys at home, whenever that happens, pick up the third base coach, because those infielders are the ones that are going to try to deke you and think that the ball was hit on the ground. They hope that you go into second base sliding.
Adrian Gonzalez took the collar yesterday. That was a familiar line. Only 2 hits for San Diego yesterday.
2 for 11 in his career versus Hamill. One of those hits, a home run.
I have my stopwatch down here, guys. I'm doing the old scouting, the timing, trying to see how quick Jason Hamill is to the plate. It's the same thing that the base runner's trying to figure out. Is he less than 1.3 seconds to the plate? If you feel like he's longer than that, then you could steal.
There he goes. Chance for Iannetta, and the throw is a little bit tardy. Pretty good transition by Chris Iannetta, and Gwynn with his second bag of the year.
Hadn't been caught yet, but hadn't been able to steal first a lot either. So he gets a good jump here, takes off after a little bit of a try early on in this game. Iannetta gets a good feed on it, but the ball just tailed as it came out of his hand. On the Hyundai cam, you're going to watch this throw. Watch it sail. So now Troy's going to stay with it the best he can to try to catch and then come back to the base runner. But unfortunately, Gwynn's hand got on top of the bag when he was able to stop.
Yeah, Jason, 1.37 to the plate.
Two balls and a strike.
San Diego has struggled this year with runners in scoring position, just 4 for 20, 200 average.
Gonzalez last year hit 40 home runs, a career best. Team MVP for San Diego, 3 of the last 4 years. Pick play, they get him. Yep. The daylight play, and I'll tell you what, Troy Tulowitzki gets about a half dozen of those a year.
A little bit of an argument is going to happen with DJ Rayburn, the young umpire out at second base, because Gwynn feels like he was safe, and then Bud Black's going to come out and talk a little bit about it too. Nothing worse than to get into scoring position on a team that's struggling and then fire and then get picked off.
But just perfect timing, and Troy is right behind the runner, and as soon as he takes that little break towards second base and flashes his glove, Jason Hamill just turned and fired. Perfect angle I had on that play right there. Troy got his glove down right in front of the base.
Yeah, a little bit of a slap tag. It helps so much to be able to do that. And the tag, I think the argument is because of where the tag is. The hand is under, the tag's on top, up on the shoulder.
You can't fault DJ. I mean, he is right on the plate, about 4 feet, 5 feet behind second base. I mean, he was in outstanding position to make that call.
That is an enormous out. Now nobody on base, 2 outs. The Rockies employ the shift. Here's the 2-1.
Let's take one more look at this tag, see if you can see it here as he dives back in. Did the hand get in or did it not? I mean, the tag's up on the shoulder. Gwynn's argument is the hand got in.
But it's a. But look at the way Troy sold it too. Well, that was the other thing to allow him to make that call.
Rockies last year as a staff had 14 pickoffs, which was 5th in the National League. There's our group tonight. Tim Welke behind the plate. Tim Timmons, DJ Rayburn, and Mike DeMuro. 2-2 on Adrian Gonzalez. Just missed on the inner half. He's a guy like so many power hitters, George, who want to get their hands extended.
Absolutely you do. Yeah, this ball just on the inside half of the plate, a little bit high. You can see the ball off of the plate. A very good call made by Tim Welke. Typically a very good ball strike umpire behind the plate.
See if he gives in with the fastball here, 3-2. Nope, goes breaking ball and strikes him out. Turns into a solid inning, a 1-2-3 inning for Jason Hamill. We'll see the Rockies offensively in a moment. Rockies won yesterday, 7-0. Carlos Gonzalez, one of the Rockies' 12 hits, so the two hardest balls he hit ended up dying at the wall. Scott Hairston had a good deep center field, deep right center field. Here's the Southwest batting order. Following Cargo, Dexter Fowler again, then Todd Helton, Troy Tulowitzki, Brad Hawk. Ian Stewart drove in a pair yesterday. Chris Iannetta is behind Stewart. Clint Varmus, a 3-run bomb late in the ball game yesterday, and then Jason Hamill. Matt Latos is the starting pitcher for the San Diego Padres. He made his major league debut last July 19th against the Rockies at Petco. He went 4 innings, allowed a couple of runs, 3 hits. He's got a big arm, George.
Very strong arm. He'll run the ball up into the mid-90s. He has the 4-pitch mix he typically throws, but he does pound the strike zone to both sides of the plate. Out on the road last year, the opponents only hit .211 against him.
That ball fouled off the leg of Gonzalez. Looked like a cutter.
Let's go back and look at the strikeout of Adrian Gonzalez on a hard breaking ball by Jason Hamill. This is the same pitch, the type of pitch that Rogers struck him out with yesterday. You see that yacker on the Hyundai cam coming out, tight rotation. Appeared to be the fastball out front. Very good location on a 3-2 count with the best power hitter, best pure hitter in their lineup. Smart play.
So Gonzalez takes a walk. He's in a ditch 0-2. On the ground to second, and David Eckstein will lob it literally over to first. 1 out. Let's take a look at the scouting report on the 22-year-old from Coconut Creek, Florida.
Well, it's a big fastball. Jumps out of the hand, gets on you in a hurry. 92, 95, a curveball, 12-6 nasty. He likes to use it against both right and left-handers. Hard slider that it can get a little flat. It'll act like a cutter with more velocity instead of having any downward break to it. Very good command of all 4 pitches. Huey, after you foul one off your foot, how long does it take for the feeling to come back?
9 innings. I mean, sometimes it depends on how cold or where it is, but a lot of times it'll be 3 or 4 innings before that thing will start to feel better.
Is it worse to have it on the ankle or on the toe?
That's off Latos, and the throw to first is in time. That's a great play by Chase Headley. And now they'll go out, I'm sure, and check on Latos. Well, maybe not. He's waved off the trainer saying he's okay.
Big guy, 6'6", 220 pounds. It just took one off the cheek of his butt, to be honest with you. That's exactly where it got him. Ricochets off and a heads-up play. You're right by Headley. The third baseman comes over and grabs this baseball. It ricocheted hard off Relatos, and then a bare hand throw over to get a very speedy Dexter Fowler.
Here's Helton.
So Fowler trying to outrun the throw. Was he safe? No, good call.
And Todd lines it to Eckstein. So the Rockies go in order in the first. We move on to inning number 2. No score. 6-pitch inning for Latos. At Coors Field, Alana Rizzo again. How you doing, Alana?
Very well, Drew. Thanks very much. I talked to Jason Hamill about his extended spring in Tucson. He basically pitched 75 pitches in 5 innings. He alternated with another pitcher. He said, I feel great. I'm ready to get my start here with the big league club. I said, how much of a weight has been lifted off of you, knowing that you are the Rockies' number 5 starter? He said, you know what? I certainly appreciate the opportunity, but I am definitely not taking it lightly. I can't do poorly and expect to still have a job. He said, it is nice to know that I'm their number 5 guy. You guys remember that last year he was, not sure if he was going to be a reliever, if he was going to be in the pen, if he was going to be a starter. Had the same situation with Tampa Bay. He likes where he's at right now, and as he gets the first out of this inning, guys.
All right, Alana. Kyle Blanks rolls one to short, and that'll bring up Chase Headley. Hamill is one of those guys, Fraser. We talk so much about the sinker, the two-seamer. He's one of those guys. He messed with it a little bit last year, but he is strictly a 4-seam fastball guy.
Yeah, well, he messed with it here just because he felt like it would give him an opportunity to get quicker ground ball outs and to shorten up some innings when he gets traffic late in games. The 2-seam fastball will when utilized correctly, it's great. But if you don't have confidence in that pitch, then you abandon it and go back to what you're comfortable with.
Line drive, and that is a base hit. Chase Headley is going to think about 2, throw to second, he's out. Carlos Gonzalez comes down. Chase Headley.
I don't know what he was thinking. First of all, you have to know who your outfielders are and what type of arms they have.
Well, you said you don't know what he's thinking. I don't think he was thinking.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, he's going to catch this baseball. Watch how he spins around and plants himself very well, and shows off that right field arm that happens to be in left field. He makes that turn thinking he had 2 the whole way. I just think he was thinking about it the whole way. I'm just going to stretch it to 2. Didn't work out so well.
No, it did. Will Venable at the plate, 2 outs and nobody on. And there's the great defense that we've seen the last few years on display. You know how airtight that infield is. You have plus range at 3 of the 4 positions. And Helton, you probably say, well, he has average range, but he's so smart and he reads swings so well, and his hands are so good. He's a 3-time Gold Glover. And then in the outfield, as you guys described, your left fielder has a right field arm. Look at this play by Tulowitzki. Well, we're talking defense, so Troy didn't want to be left out. That's pretty good. That's better than pretty good.
Talk about an arm.
He's got one. A 6-pitch inning for Hamill. In the second inning, Troy Tulowitzki to lead it off. Fans, feed your baseball fever at Taco Bell. If Colorado scores 7 or more runs, as they did yesterday, during any game, go to your participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6. Feed your fever with 4 tacos for $1 with the purchase of a medium drink. That's a great deal. Only 1 order per customer. Tulowitzki yesterday launched a double off the top of the wall in left center field, and he fouls that pitch back. Troy was 2 for 4 yesterday, scored a pair of runs.
One thing Latos has really done well, that's 3 and 4 hole hitters. He's able to get help on a line drive, but they're now combined 6 for 48 against him in this young career.
Oh, and 2 on Troy. Let's look at that defensive gem again by Tulowitzki.
I don't know that it gets any better. I mean, you see it over and over and over again, the plays that he makes. It's the runs he saves you. The glove and body and arm.
He's going that far away and then still be able to throw it right on the money. That's what's impressive to me.
I think on the move to his right, Jeff, he throws the ball not only as strongly but as accurately as anybody I've ever seen at that position.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, he emulates a little bit of Derek Jeter when he jumps and throws, but on that play right there, to start it where he did and come back and make it, that's what makes that play.
Slider at 89 miles an hour. That was nasty.
First strikeout for Latos.
You know, he made his major league debut a year ago. This kid's got pretty good stuff. Here's a better look at Tulowitzki's play. Off balanced throw, and yet the accuracy's there and the strength of the throw to get him. I think umpires get fired up when they see that.
Well, they should.
Brad Hott with 1 out. And Brad hits it hard, but Eckstein is right there, 2 outs.
Okay, so far there's been a lot of Adam balls because that ball was hit hard. Todd's was hit hard. Dexter's
throws hard, but it's pretty straight. So then it's a matter of adjustment. It does, once it gets twice through the lineup, maybe even that third time before you start to see some damage happen.
Well, just that one start against the Rockies in his major league debut last July, and he lasted only 4 innings, as we talked about. So nobody had more than 2 ABs against him. Ian Stewart, in his 2 ABs, was 1 for 2. That one was a home run. Stewart takes ball 1.
And he turned the corner right after that and won 4 out of his next 5 starts.
Here's tonight's Colorado Mining Association Power Hit of the Week. Monday, Ian Stewart against Giovanni Gallardo. Home run to dead center field. He did another one off Randy Wolf the next day. Did you know that your dog eats rocks? You didn't know that, did you, George?
None of my 6 do, but go ahead. Be quick about it.
Well, we'll have to tell you the rest of it next then.
Your dog eats rocks, Doug?
Actually, we'll tell you right now. Calcite is used as a nutritional supplement in pet food. It helps keep your pets healthy, and it's mined in Colorado, so it's okay if your dog eats.
Most accurate and obviously the easiest pitch to throw, but I like the curveball because I'm partial to strikeouts. I know that's not that's not right, but yeah, pitchers like to strike guys out, and I'd like to think I got a pretty good hook.
He's got good stuff, George. Far better than you'd expect from a guy who's pitching out of the 5-hole.
Well, yeah, and I think it's just a matter of time for him to recognize that Jim Tracy would have confidence in his ability to get people out, that your stuff's good enough to get people out. And you know, it takes guys sometimes 2 or 3 trips to the big leagues to get as comfortable as they did in AAA.
Nick Hundley at the plate, hitting out of the 7th spot. He's behind 1 and 2. You know, Jeff, when you were getting ready for a ball game and you saw the back of a team's rotation, you probably thought, more of a soft tosser, a nibbler, that kind of guy, not a guy who can run it up in the mid-90s.
Yeah, and that's typically the guys that will be put in the 5th spot, because those are the guys that will be skipped in the rotation if something happens, off day, rain out. But here you got the guy that can throw as hard as Jason. He can bring the curveball, can go with the changeup. And what makes it nice for Jason is when he creates that downhill plane.
1-2, shattered bat. Barmes has got to play chase, and he can't get it. Well, great pitch, bad result. Leadoff single for Hundley. That'll bring up Everett Cabrera. Take a look at our Breaks Plus Take a Break poll of the game. Text your answer to 95323. Here we go. Are you afraid of the 4-0 San Francisco Giants? Text Rocks 1 for no way Colorado will dominate the West. Text Rocks 2 for yes, they are 4-0. For voting, you'll receive a $14.99 oil change and filter for most vehicles, or $50 off mileage maintenance service over $100 in April only. 0-1 on Cabrera. This kid out of the Rockies organization, a Rule 5 draftee before the 09 season. Good glove, and particularly on this left side, he can swing the bat.
Pleasant surprise for their organization.
That's an error on Rick Renteria.
One of many that he'll have this year, along with all the other coaches in baseball. See, the smart ones just let it go by.
Let it go. Don't even reach down for it, because if you drop it, then we're going to say, yeah, that nice error.
Rick was a big leaguer for a short period of time. 0-2, chance for 2. There's 1, and that'll be all. Cabrera runs well. Let's take a look at the entire Padre coaching staff. Bud Black in his 4th year. He's in the San Diego State University Hall of Fame. Terrific big league career. Ted Simmons, bench coach. He had a terrific big league career. Darren Balsley's the pitching coach. Randy Reddy, the hitting coach. Glenn Hoffman at third. Rick Renteria at first. And Darrell Ackerfeld's former big league pitcher. Former Arkansas Razorback. He's in the bullpen. Cabrera going. It's bunt and run. And tough chance. They just did get him. Iannetta and Hamill. Was it miscommunication there?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, because Chris was coming in and he called for it, and Jason just kept going instead of getting out of the way.
Well, luckily for Iannetta, he's got a strong enough arm, and from where he had to throw this baseball, as a pitcher, you hear somebody calling you off. He even put the hand up.
Yeah.
The Hamill, the ball just continued to roll, and Jason didn't spin off and get out of the way of everything. Pretty close play at first.
But you know what? Tim Timmons, who's already had a couple of those, is perfect. Tony Gwynn drew a walk on a 3-2 delivery to begin the ball game. He's up there with Cabrera in scoring position. Outfield medium depth. Dexter Fowler a couple of steps toward the left center field gap. Infield pretty much straight up. Stewart in on the grass, and that pitch is in there for a strike.
Gwynn's changed his stance a little bit. Last year it was really unorthodox. Now he's gone back to a little bit more of a traditional, where the bat's just kind of pushed off his shoulder a little bit.
You know what? Look where he is in the box, Huey. He's in the front of the box. That's unusual, especially for a guy that throws hard.
Well, sometimes guys that have quick hands think they can get to the fastball. They'll cheat to the front of the box, trying to take away the hard yak. A guy with a very good curveball, they want to try to catch things out front. Take a look at the stance on the Southwest cam. From up above, you're going to be able to see how far what Drew's talking about. I mean, here's your line up on the front side, and he's right in the middle of it, close to it with his foot.
He's cheating himself about 6 or 8 inches to see that fastball.
You rarely see folks reside that far in the front of the box.
And one thing his father always talked about was splitting home plate, staying balanced, and he didn't move around a lot. Tony talks about staying in the same place and being comfortable.
1-1 on Little Tony.
That was a good downward plane on that fastball.
Well, you're 6'7", take advantage of your height, take advantage of the plane. That's exactly right. A little bit of run to the ball on the inside corner at 93.
Go in there again, George Hart.
Well, I wouldn't. I'd go down with a breaking ball in the dirt and chase it. I think he'll swing at a pitch like that. For me, going with another fastball, he's seen an awful lot of looks. He went with it and brought it to that inner half at 93. Part of that in my thought process is big league hitters, you go back to the well so many different times, over and over again, they're going to make an adjustment to it.
The only thing I see, George, sometimes is I don't see pitchers like they used to backing up a fastball inside.
Well, you don't. I mean, they're worried about going to the same well, going to the location, but he's been inside now in 3 of his pitches.
So change up, something soft away.
Well, I'd go soft down. I mean, and just keep it to the middle of the plate.
There's the yacker, and it's popped up Gonzalez, Tulowitzki, it'll be Troy. And another solid inning for Jason Hamill. He put 3 good innings together. The Rockies will try to figure out Matt Latos.
Let's make some noise around the fans and hear from the call. Leading up the bottom half of the third inning for the Rockies.
Today's E470 Road Ahead brought to you by E470. Quick, easy, and available to anyone. Test drive it today. Rockies conclude this series with their friends from San Diego tomorrow afternoon. Monday's an off day. And then the Mets come a-calling. And then it is off to Atlanta, Georgia. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Jeff Hewson, and Alana Rizzo from Coors Field. Rockies looking for their first base runner. Chris Iannetta will lead it off against Matt Latos, the 22-year-old, who really became the 5th starter and earned that spot against Wade LeBlanc in the last couple of weeks of spring training. He was 3-0 with a 1.59 ERA during the spring in the Cactus League for San Diego. Chris looking for his first knock of the year. He started Monday and Tuesday in Milwaukee.
Well, it's been a fast rise for Latos. And again, you look at where he spent 09. He started out in A-ball San Antonio. He goes 8-1 there with an minuscule earned run average between those two spots before he got that call.
This ball is crushed and it is gone. Chris Iannetta leaned on one to right center, 1-0 Colorado, and the first hit of the year for number 20.
And why not? You're going to get your first one. Get the first one, a big fly out of the way, the catching spot with a couple of home runs now. Oliva, now Iannetta. Right center field, wind blowing in from the left side, so you will get carried towards the bullpens. Fastball away, not where at all where Hundley wanted it. He wanted to try to crowd his hands, and Chris Iannetta made him pay for it.
Last year, Chris hit 16 home runs. 2 years ago, 18. Last year's 16 home runs came in 289 at-bats. 2 years ago, the 18 and 333 at-bats. That's why when you talk about a split in the catching duties, this is shallow right field. Venables can't make the catch. He gets behind him. Barmes to second with a double.
Bad read.
Horrible read, horrible break. He thought that ball was hit a lot farther off the bat of Clint Barmes, and he took a bad read. He kind of floated on the ball towards the foul line and then recognized it was not going to have any carry to it. It took off and tried to make up for the mistake on it.
Well, right there, he's just kind of jogging after it and realized, oh, I got to get on my horse and go try to catch it.
Venable, typically a very good outfielder, played some center field on the dive, missed it by 2 or 3 feet. tell you, very alert base running by Clint Barmas to be able to get in a position with nobody out. You lay down the good bunt here. He's got the top of the order to try to get another run in this ball game.
That's running hard out of the box.
And the Rockies struggled. Pitch up and in on the bunt, not the attention of Hamill. The Rockies started 4 for 30 in Milwaukee with runners in scoring position. Yesterday they were 6 for 12. Well, it's tough to bunt this pitch unless you're going to do it with your forehead.
And you don't want to do it with your forehead, George. It's not advisable.
You're a little spooky, though, to jump back in there on the next one.
You are. You could just see it from Jason there. He's like, oh, do I really want to square around here? Now you got to refocus up.
Do you know what technique-wise, Jeff, and you were a very good bunter. That's why I believe you pivot and don't truly square.
Yeah, I don't like the square. I just go ahead and pivot on that back foot so you can get out of the way in case it comes at you.
Yeah, he's a little gun shy right now. 1-2. Let's see if the Rockies keep it on. Jason Hamill's going to glance down at Richie Dower.
I keep it on.
Well, I would too. I mean, it's third inning of the ball game. You're up 1. You got nobody out and a runner out at second. If he strikes out, he strikes out. Hopefully, he gets the ball on the ground.
Well, that'll be a punch out. So Hamill's retired. 1 out. Barmas at second, and Carlos Gonzalez will come up. Second strikeout for Latos. Let's take a look at our Geico quote of the day. Well, there is the venerable and outstanding and distinguished announcer, 75-year-old Dick Enberg, who takes over in the television booth most nights for the San Diego Padres. And he said, do kids ever tire of Christmas? The excitement of this job is never dull, because in all the years and thousands of games I've called, I've never done the same one twice. He brings such energy to the broadcast booth, and we welcome him back to the National League West. This ball is a base hit to left. Barmas cuts the bag at third. He'll score easily. Carlos Gonzalez comes through, and it is 2-0 Colorado. Boy, you get guys on in the bottom of the order, and then it rolls over to Carlos Gonzalez, Jeff, and you have really a middle of the order guy at the top.
Well, and that's what's nice. You think that yesterday's ball game, we mentioned that the 7 and 8 hole hitters for the Rockies had 5 RBIs. Tonight, now you get the 8 hole hitter on base again, and you have an opportunity for Carlos Gonzalez to drive him in. That ball wasn't hit hard. That ball got in on his hands, but he was just strong enough to get it into play. And nice base running from Clint Barmas, saw that the whole way. But Carlos Gonzalez is that guy that every time you watch him, boy, there's just something magical about this player.
And there is Mom in from Venezuela. As well on the left, I believe, his older brother. And they had never seen him play live in the big leagues.
And what's neat about that, Drew, is they're right above the dugout. So every time that Carlos comes off the field, he gives them a little smile and they wave back. And what neat interaction for them to be able to come and watch him at the major league level and see that the family spirit.
And none of this would have happened except when Carlos went to go get his visa this last winter. They said that they had some temporary visas that they would pass out to family members and allow them to be able to come over. And it caught him by surprise, and obviously an early Christmas gift.
I'll tell you something else. You would think under the circumstances, he'd be particularly nervous yesterday with Mom here for the first time and his big brother, who he has a very close relationship with. And in his first at bat, he thought he hit a bomb. He hit one of the wall in dead center field. He swung the bat great yesterday. No signs of nerves at all. And today in game 2, he's got an RBI base hit in 2 trips.
I think 90% of that is he knows he belongs now. He's not out there to try to prove something every day of the fear factor of being sent back.
There's the 1-0 on Dexter. That's high. Alana has more on the Carlos Gonzalez family story.
Yeah, Drew, thanks very much. I actually asked Cargo about that earlier today. I said, so were you nervous because your mom and older brother were here and watching you play for the first time? He said, I wasn't nervous. The second the game started, I was just concentrating on the game. Despite them being in the stands, I was very focused. He said, I was so frustrated, though, because I hit about 3 line drives that I thought were going out, and they were dead at people. He said that part was frustrating, but they didn't make me nervous. They're just here for support. And he really credits his older brother with getting him into the game, supporting him throughout his entire career, even when he was a little boy playing in Venezuela. They call it el play there. And he said, my brother has meant everything to me. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even be in the big leagues. So obviously a very special moment for Cargo and his family, guys.
That's a great story. And there goes Gonzalez on the ground, getting the hole. Oh, what a play by Eckstein. You want to know why that guy's played more than a decade in the big leagues despite below average tools? It's plays like that.
How about Dexter's night? He lines one off the butt of the pitcher and he gets ricocheted to third. He's out. Now they got a second baseman making a gold glove play on a ball with the runner in motion. 2 hops. Look like it's going to get into the outfield. Eckstein dives from his knees. He throws Dexter out. Could easily be 2 for 2. Unfortunately, he's 0 for 2.
Now see if Todd can drive in Gonzalez. 2-0 Colorado. I know one thing that Mom probably knew about, but still didn't quite count on. Living in Maracaibo, she's got the big overcoat on tonight. So, man, it's chilly here.
Probably did a little shopping.
Yeah.
Second time tonight, somebody's fouled one off the
First Gonzalez, now Todd Help. Ooh, that's right off the end of the toe.
That's off the end. That
See,
one hurts more.
That's got to hang with you longer than 9 innings now.
Yeah.
Marv Foley told me a story where he had a foul tip as a catcher and it tore the toenail off.
I've seen him turn black and blue.
Marv Foley, the minor league catching coordinator for the Rockies.
High 2-1 on Help. Last year, Todd led the Rockies in batting average with runners in scoring position at .321. And with 2 outs in these situations, he hit .353. He's going to roll out of bed when he's 80 and be able to hit 300. Or so it seems. 3-1. Tulowitzki on deck.
It only took 16 pitches for Latos to get through the first couple of innings. This inning, he's really struggled pitch-wise. A difficult time. He's sitting right now on 18 pitches with 2 outs and a 3-1 count on Todd.
A change-up 3-1.
Well, I think he's a little more comfortable, even though Tulowitzki's coming up next. He punched Tulowitzki out, and he did it with a hard fastball and a good hard slider. Maybe just a little more comfort zone in this big-time hitter of Todd Help.
And it's on the ground to second. In the inning, the Rockies get a couple. Chris Iannetta got it going with an opposite field home run. 2-0 Rockies as we go to the 4th. brought to you by Dex One Marketing Solutions Business Results. April 10th, 2003, and a 7-6 win over the Cardinals at Coors Field. The Rockies turned the first triple play in club history. Todd Helton caught Orlando Palmero's soft liner for the first out, through to shortstop Jose Hernandez for the second out, who then tagged Tino Martinez to complete the triple play. Strike one on David Eckstein. That's our Dex this date in history. Eckstein hit a fly ball to center field his first time up. Rockies may still be hitting, if not for that play by Eckstein to rob Dexter Fowler a few minutes ago.
I don't think there's anybody in the league that chokes up as much as David Eckstein.
Bert Campaneris. Oh, he quit playing, didn't he? Bert had a guy that really choked up on it. 3-1 now. If your club just scored 2, you don't need to walk the leadoff man.
Good couple inches there off the knob.
Two on the ground to third. That's a tough pickup, and another tough pickup on both ends.
Both of them had in-between hops, and both of them made it look pretty easy.
Yeah, Helton really made it look pretty easy on this shot. You're going to see it. It's all about reaction, because it is that one short hop. You get in between and react, but I think Ian Stewart does it as well as anybody in the game, of taking that short hop, and on the Hyundai cam, you see Helton just track it all the way into the glove and put it in a position that the ball either stays down or up. He's got a pretty good chance of putting leather on.
Todd just really worked underneath the baseball when he went to scoop that, just like you would teach.
How about that, Yacker Frage?
That's what you want to have. He bragged about it when interviewed about his favorite pitch. They said a lot of guys say fastball, but his is the curveball because he gets so many strikeouts on it.
Shift on Stewart, the only one on the left side. And another curveball, and so in 2. You see the pattern with Adrian Gonzalez. They are working him on the inner half with virtually everything, Jeff.
Inner half soft stuff, though.
Well, because you look at that lineup, and you don't want to get his arms extended, let him, because he's got the power to take it out to left center field. So you've got to be able to work it in to keep him honest, and then you can go away with changeups. Adrian Gonzalez is in a tough spot, guys. I mean, hitting in this lineup, in this ballpark, and not this ballpark, but Petco, his home park, and not a whole lot of experience behind him. I mean, tonight you have Kyle Blank sitting behind you. I mean, that's a tough spot for Adrian Gonzalez to be in.
Two and 2. We want to correct something. The two gentlemen that are flanking Mrs. Gonzalez, in the white is Carlos's older brother, Yurto. And the gentleman, we've been told, on the left works for Scott Boras, who is the agency that represents Carlos. That's a base hit the other way. So with one out, Adrian Gonzalez at first. First time he has reached base against the Rockies in this series.
You know what? If he wants to hit it to left all the time for a single or attempt to, that's okay.
Right?
Absolutely.
Kyle Blanks grounded to short. You know, for 2 years, they've been speculating that Adrian Gonzalez, whose contract is not enormous, it's pretty manageable, would be moved because the Padres have one of the lowest payrolls in baseball now and change in ownership. And if they were to move him, and that hits Blanks, Kyle Blanks, in all likelihood, would be the heir apparent at first base. As a baseball fan, though, he could wear out teams in the National League West. Of course, the Padres reside there with the Rockies. But as a baseball fan and a fan of Adrian Gonzalez, it's his hometown, I'd like to see him stay in San Diego.
Well, for me, I think they can, unless the money crunch just gets so bad that they can't maintain that and keep him around. But you get rid of him, I mean, the fan base there is going to drop off dramatically. It's kind of the connection to Mexico and all the fans that come from that area, from Tijuana, to watch baseball there. I think it's pretty important you keep him in a Padre uniform.
One thing they do need, though, they need to replenish their minor league system.
Well, draft better.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but
better.
I'm just saying Adrian Gonzalez is one of those pieces where you could go out and get three or four quality guys to help rebuild.
What tells me when I see a lot of Rule 5 guys sticking, or teams after year, they jump on the Rule 5 side of things, it tells me they're looking for players that obviously they couldn't develop, couldn't draft and get there. And $50,000 price tag's a pretty cheap signing bonus to get one of those guys. Cabrera with a starting shortstop for them, an example.
Chase Headley at the plate, 2 on, and it's 2-0.
Headley in his career 5 for 8 with a home run against Jason Hamill. So he's aware of that after a leadoff. He had a single in his first at bat, a broken bat single.
That's unusual, 3-0. Very quickly, you're talking about bad drafts. I mean, you got to hit with your number ones. You go back to 2004, the Padres draft Matt Bush, who's a local shortstop. He had off-the-field issues. He's now out of baseball. He was moved out of the organization, was trying last year to make it as a pitcher. He's gone. That wasn't just a number 1 pick. That was a high number 1 pick.
Well, here, in defense of Gayton, Chief Gayton, who was the scouting director at the time, and Kevin Towers, that was the former owners. John Morris's draft. He said, no, we're taking this guy. And that was his draft, and unfortunately, that young man has had a lot of off-the-field issues now. Last time I heard, he was trying to pitch and out of baseball.
Ball 4, and Jason Hamill's created a problem. Bases loaded. And just 1 out. And that'll get Bob Apodaca to the mound. Will Venable is coming to the plate. Repair that chip in your windshield. Here's how you do it. Call Safelite Elite Auto Glass at 303-287-5000 or go to safelight.com. The 05 top pick, Cesar Carrillo, a right-handed pitcher from Miami, made his big league debut last year and in 3 starts had an ERA over 13. Matt Antonelli was drafted out of Wake Forest in 06. He hit 196 at Portland last year. Their 07 top pick had an ERA above 5 in A-ball a year ago.
Nick Schmidt, is that who that was?
Nick Schmidt.
Yeah, he had Tommy John surgery. Three innings after the draft.
And their 08 top pick, Alan Dykstra, another kid from Wake Forest, a first baseman, hit just 226, and that was at Fort Wayne.
Isn't that Lenny's kid? Isn't that Lenny's kid?
No, that is not Lenny's kid.
But Dykstra's son plays, I think, for the Padres. He was a first, second round draft pick with the Padres. Supplemental pick.
Yeah, he was drafted out of high school, though, George. It's a different. I'm doing a blank on his first name right now.
Cutter.
It's time for the Kaiser assist of the game. Look at this play by Tulowitzki. Our Kaiser assist of the game. Jason Hamill needs a ground ball here from Will Venable. 2-1. The Cutter Dykstra? I'm trying to remember.
Cutter Dykstra is his name.
Cutter.
Yep.
I think he's wasn't he a middle infielder? And I know he was drafted right out of high school, out of Thousand Oaks.
There was some question whether he might have to move to the outfield.
Two and 1. And in the air, fouling out of play. Last year's #1 for San Diego, Donovan Tate, who's an outfielder.
By the way,
this is the son of Lars Tate. Remember the running back, Lars Tate?
Yeah.
That's his son.
He's battled a lot of injuries at Tennessee, where he'd hurt an ankle, twisted an ankle on a sprinkler head. By the way, it's the first time, think about what I'm saying here, folks. First time the Padres have had the bases loaded this year.
Well, they came into the ball game, George, hitting 183, last in baseball. In the air, left center field. This is a problem. This is going to score 3 runs. The Padres are going to take the lead. Venable's going to end up at third with a bases clearing triple. A hanging breaking ball from Jason Hamill. And the drought's over at Coors Field for San Diego. They've been shut out for 12 innings.
Yeah, Bob Apodaca, after the visit, hopes to go out. And when you go out in this situation and walk guys and the bases loaded, you go, what's the pitch you're comfortable with? He said it's the breaking ball. This is the pitch I want to go to. On a 2-2 count, hooked it, stayed away from him, worked around the breaking ball versus getting on top and getting a good 12-6. Had more of a side cut break to it. Venable made him pay for it. This young man swung the bat well last year when he came up, playing multiple positions in the outfield. Four RBIs now by Venable, ties a team lead. Cabrera hitting 8th has 4 also.
The Rockies with 1 out have brought the infield in. And just missed. 1-1.
They're all the way in too. Sometimes we'll see the infielders, especially with Troy and Clint, because of their strong arms, where they'll stay back about 5 or 6 steps. And now with Venable has very good speed over at third base, they have to come in almost even with the grass.
As a base runner at third base, take your lead as wide as what your third baseman gives you, Jeff, or do you feel comfortable going down a little farther?
No, as far, especially with the right-hander, I'm going to make sure that I'm just as far off as the third baseman. Left-hander, I could get off a little bit further, but righty, where he's looking right at me, I'll just stay there, and then I'll get the secondary once he starts to go home.
See if that sets up the breaking ball here. 2-2.
A little less velocity on that fastball at 91.
I'm sure, George, he's thinking punch out here.
Well, you have to be thinking that way. The runner on third and 1 out, and you have the ability to 2 strike someone out.
He went to it. Hundley didn't offer.
Add a little more velocity, a little tighter break to the ball.
Peter, ball 4.
By the way, we were talking about Cutter Dykstra, Drew. He's with the Milwaukee Brewers. And he was a first-round draft pick with the Brewers. Last year at 244 in the Pioneer League. Has yet to be assigned this year. He had battled some injuries, leg injuries.
Jason Hamill with runners at first and third, and Everett Cabrera, who's a tough man to double up. So the corners are in. Helton's obviously holding the runner on. Stewart is inside the bag, but in the middle, you're set for 2.
Ismael Rogers starting to loosen up in the Rockies bullpen. Jason Hamill threw 37 pitches in the first 3. He has 31 now in this inning. There's Ismael.
Well, he was outstanding last night. in the ninth inning.
Very good life. 96 with the heater, hard slider.
And all of a sudden, he just can't find the strike zone.
And that's not his MO.
No.
Said it earlier, last year, one of the best control pitchers in the National League.
Infielders have really shortened up because of Cabrera's speed.
Now it's 3-0.
His last spring start came against Texas on the 29th of March. He did pitch in that game, as I mentioned earlier, in extended spring training on Monday. Not quite the same. 20 of the 33 pitches this inning have not found the strike zone. Talking about the fact of not having the ability to throw strikes.
Let's take a look at tonight's Quest high-speed pitch. Latos has hit 96. Hamill has hit 94. Two good arms. That's brought to you by Quest, the high-speed internet provider of the Rockies. 3 balls and a strike on Everett Cabrera out of Nicaragua. And they got him picked off.
Got him.
Now you got to watch Venable.
Give it up. Give it to the shortstop, let him run him back, and then check the runner.
That's well done.
You're the first to third worked again.
Yep. Second time this year.
But think about this now. The Padres have had 2 guys picked off base. So Tracy put them third to first on. You try it in Little League. It works every once in a while. Well, you know what, folks? It works at the big league level, too. Jason does the right thing, starts to go back at him. Checks the runner, gives it up. Todd did the smart thing. Give it to Troy now so he can run him down and then still be able to make the throw if that guy at third decides to break home.
Now, what do you do here? 3-1 with the pitcher on deck.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to give him anything good to hit, I can tell you that. Because Latos hadn't shown he could hit at the big league level. I'm not going to give Cabrera a chance to slap something to the opposite field.
Well, he did.
Bad location of the fastball on the inner half of the plate. Cabrera's, whoa, he fell down. A little man in the dirt snatched that guy again out at second.
Yeah,
he slammed him.
He's lucky he fell down because I think they would have had a great chance to cut him down at third.
Oh, they would have got him for sure because he was just about 3 steps around. When he fell down, that's when Clint Barmas was getting the baseball.
Well, maybe he was trying to stop. I don't think so. Too good of a pitch on a 3-1 count with your pitcher coming up next, your 8-hole hitter. Here's the ball off of the wall. Cabrera's looking at everything out in front of him except the third base coach, and then that's when he bit the dust and the ball went over the top of him, and he was able to get back to third base.
Boy, you hate that.
Or excuse me, second base.
You hate that. You got a guy with a handful of at-bats in the big leagues, a pitcher behind him. It's a 3-1 count. And now it's a 2-run ball game. In the air to right field. And Brad Hott makes the catch. Tough inning for Jason Hamill. The Padres score 4 times. Will Venable a 3-run triple. Fast Cash Sideline Report is brought to you by Fast Cash Gold Centers, where you'll always get 40% more for your gold. And now we send it down to Alana Rizzo.
All right, Drew, thanks very much. I talked to Don Baylor, the Rockies hitting coach, earlier today about what he noticed in his offense yesterday compared to the 3 games in Milwaukee. He said, my hitters were patient at the plate. He said when they were swinging at pitches that were strikes. He said they took their time, they were patient, they weren't swinging at pitches that were going to be balls. He said, I also noticed that they were very comfortable being at their home field, of course. The comfort level set in, they were patient, and every single starting position player picked up a hit yesterday, guys.
Well, you love to see that. Now the Rockies got a battle from behind. Tulowitzki struck out his first time, and this is a roller to Cabrera. 1 out.
Sometimes when you start the season, you come out of spring training, you've swung the bat well, everything's kind of rolled right along, and then you get into the season, and all of a sudden you just kind of want to do just a little bit more. It's easy to do the first 2 or 3 games of the season.
Brad Hopp hit a ground ball to second in his first appearance against Latos. He takes high, ball 1. This is the first right-handed starter the Rockies have seen since opening day when Giovanni Gallardo started for Milwaukee. Then it was 3 straight lefties. Wolf, Doug Davis. Yesterday when the Rockies faced Clayton Richard.
Been pretty impressed with this young man. I know he gave a couple of hits and runs in the 3rd inning. Mixed a pretty good fastball with a slider, hard slider. I can see how he made this ball club. This stuff's good.
Well, the other thing, George, that makes him a little deceiving too is he stabs behind his back with that right hand a little bit like a Baldo or a Rick Sutcliffe.
Keeps it on line well. You know, a lot of times guys will jab and they'll throw their front half towards the 3rd base side, and when it does that, you have a tough time catching up. He stays very much on line with his pitches.
I think it helps too because that left foot goes back. It doesn't go off to the side where you can get a little of that wobbling motion.
2-2.
Now looking at from behind home plate what a hitter looks at, and watch how the hand drops right back. And now as the hand comes down, there it is, and then up on top of it. Good follow through. Well over the front leg for a big man, staying at downward plane.
Lofted to left field. Blanks going back, still going back, and it is gone. That thing had some carry to it through the wind. A solo home run for Brad Hopp, his first of the year. It is 4-3.
Yeah, you talk about an awful lot of pop, and a lot of pops right there in Hopp's bat, too. He can take it anywhere in any part of a ballpark. Blanks went back on this ball thinking he had a shot at it. High fives in the dugout. The Rockies draw to within 1 run. Just love the swing of Brad Hopp. Fastball down and away. It's not a bad pitch. At 94 miles an hour, a little bit out of the strike zone. And down.
That's a nice catch out there.
Fortunately, it was a nice catch for a Rockies fan and not for Kyle Blanks.
Well, when that ball was hit, I'm sitting here. It sounded pretty good, but it just didn't seem like it was going to go out, though. We talked about the wind. I thought he was going to catch it on the track.
I thought it was a fly ball to left field the entire way, fairly deep, but I didn't think there was a way in the world this was going out.
Now watch the swing, though, and the power generated and where it hit on the bat. It would appear because of the location it would be on the end of the bat. That was pretty much on the sweet spot.
I love from that Hyundai cam where you can see their eyes kind of light up and really follow the path of the barrel of the bat.
Ian Stewart leads the club with a couple of home runs. In fact, Stewart has an RBI in 3 of the first 4 games. And this ball's rifled to right. Behind in the count, 1-2. That will please Don Baylor as well.
Or more of a controlled swing. It wasn't a wild flailing type of swing with 2 strikes. He just stayed inside, got his base hit, and that's one of the things that Don Baylor was talking about. just go ahead and stay a little bit more compact even with 2 strikes.
Now let's check the Coors Light cold hard blast. 3rd inning, scoreless game. Chris Iannetta with a line shot to the Rockies bullpen in right center field. That's our Coors Light cold hard blast. So the Rockies with a pair of solo home runs. It's 4-3, and Iannetta up there with Stewart at first. 1 out in the 4th. Last year, Chris Iannetta had 66 hits. 33 of those hits went for extra bases. We're talking during spring training, guys, about the catching tandem, and it is a tandem, Miguel Olivo and Chris Iannetta,
well, and
how many home runs they could potentially hit together. And you gotta figure 30 plus and maybe then some.
Well, and then some. I mean, the history proves 18. What Iannetta hit last year, 15.
No, he hit 16 and Olivo hit 23.
23, that's 39. I mean, just history will tell you what these 2 guys are going to do. And I know in the discussion in the pregame show that they talked about the competition of the 2. And I said it's not a competition, in my opinion, of the 2 players. It's what the position can do to be a plus for the organization, not the competition of the 2. And I think it's been well defined to both players of how this is going to try to pan and work out from a manager's perspective. And they both have accepted that.
Two and one on Chris Iannetta. And we talk about the tandems and the friendly competition. Chris Iannetta had a friendly competition and a very good relationship with the guy he worked with the last few years, and that's Yorvi Torrealba, who's now in a Padre uniform, and we expect to see tomorrow afternoon catching John Garland.
Quick feet from Latos.
Runner going, high fly ball to left field. Blanks will battle some wind and make the catch. Stewart will return. Let's check our Jack in the Box outside the box. July 19th, a year ago, 21-year-old Matt Latos made his big league debut against the Rockies. And he had some impressive moments. He lasted 4 innings, but it's not like the Rockies beat him up. Just a couple of runs on 3 hits. He struck out 4 and walked 1. That's outside the box, presented by Jack in the Box. Clint Barmas had a looping double to right. Will Venable laid out and tried to make the catch. Could not. Strike 1 on Barmas.
By the way, last year the Rockies catching tandem had 18 home runs, Torrealba and Iannetta. That was 11th in baseball. Kansas City was first with 31. And Olivo with 23. So it could be a fun time at Coors Field for this catching duo.
And Olivo led the Royals in home runs with those 23. And he did it in 390 at bats.
I think that's the most impressive thing. It wasn't 500 or 550 at bats. It's just under 400.
0-2 on Barmas. And check of Stewart.
Pretty good lead for me and Stewart at first base.
It's a good lead, Jeff, but as you and I both know, he's not going anywhere.
No. But if the ball's hitting the gap, it might mean the difference of being safe or out if they try to score.
That's a pitch that Barmes chases quite a bit, and he stayed off that.
That's part of the reason why he wanted to go to more of an open stance when he first started out, to get the eyes, both eyes working, to try to pick up the rotation and the spin just a little bit quicker.
And the other thing he did, and he was describing it to me in the clubhouse earlier today, he's gotten really comfortable with the lowering of his hands, and it took him all spring to get to a comfort level. See the hands much lower than in the past?
Yeah. It's easy to just take him back, then get a little separation.
And this ball's hit in the air to center field. It's well tagged, but Gwynn is going to have room. Rockies get a run back on an opposite field home run from Bradley Hopp. Plays of the week. What a start in Milwaukee for Carlos Gonzalez. 8 for 15. Last time we saw him play in games that counted, he was 10 for 17 in the postseason against Philadelphia. Ian Stewart had a couple of bombs in Milwaukee, and what a performance yesterday by Jorge De La Rosa. Literally unhittable for 7 innings. It's the one bouncing through the right side. He struck out 9. Our clutch plays of the week brought to you by Amco AA MCO. Tony Gwynn in the top of the 5th inning against Jason Hamill, looking for a clean inning.
Like to see him try to get through this, and the reason you say that, with Hamill pitching here in the 5th inning, his pitch count was at 75, and he'll lead off the next inning trailing.
Really 2 mistakes. He lost command a little bit, but for me, George, the hanging hook to Venable once he had lost command and loaded the bases, and then the Cardinal sin, yes, that's gloved by Tulowitzki. He timed it perfectly.
Is this now twice in 5 or 6 days that we've seen Troy go up and snag a line drive?
Well, a couple of them saved some games, too, and this prevents a pretty good inning with the top of their lineup coming up. Slicing away. Thought he had forgot how to jump since he doesn't play basketball anymore, as he did in high school. Pretty nice reaction to this. And you can see that Gwynn's thinking, I'm struggling, man. I'm hitting a $125 coming into this game. I've walked. Now you picked off second base. Now you do that, too.
Yeah. Finish the thought on Hamill, the hanging hook, George, to Venable, and then for me the cardinal sin of throwing a pitch in a 3-1 count with a pitcher on deck. As Cargo runs this one down, last inning to Everett Cabrera.
Well, I would agree. I mean, you had a pitcher in the on-deck circle. You could have got out of the inning with just 3 runs. You're in a tie ball game, and you gave too good of a pitch to hit on a 3-1 count. 2 good plays behind Jason Hamill.
And that'll bring up Adrian Gonzalez as we take a look at our AT&T trivia question on Saturday night from 20th and Blake. Jorge De La Rosa became the third Colorado starter to not allow a run in a home opener. Who are the other two? Three on the right side for Gonzalez, and he hits it in the air to Carlos Gonzalez, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Hamill. 4-3 San Diego, mid-5. When Colorado scores 7+ runs for the Feed Your Fever Taco Bell offer, text the keyword taco to 95323 right now. Jason Hamill, after that short inning, 6 pitches, George, will hit. Now, you made the point he had 75 pitches. If he had thrown 16, 17 pitches, we may be seeing a pinch hitter.
Well, if he goes 17, 18 pitches, he's probably got men on base. He's got a run on. He may have been out of the ball game, or obviously a pinch hitter here. But had a very quick inning, even though the balls had a couple had been hit hard. It's going to allow them to get into that 7th inning range of someone else.
Yeah, the other thing, Jim Tracy's showing a little bit of confidence in Jason to give him an opportunity to try to sneak out a win now.
Absolutely he does. And again, that doesn't go unnoticed by everybody else on your ball club.
2 balls and a strike on Hamill. Hamill got married in the offseason and makes his home in Massachusetts, though he grew up, went to school in the Pacific Northwest. Strike 3. All right, our AT&T trivia question one more time. Jorge De La Rosa didn't give up a hit yesterday. Who are the other 2 Colorado starting pitchers to not allow a run in a home opener? Brent Smith in '93 against Montreal, and Mike Hampton in his debut with the Rockies against the Cardinals. Big swing and a miss from Carlos Gonzalez, an RBI single in the 3rd. Gonzalez with that hit. He's hitting a nifty .455. Now, if he's able to maintain that, George, that would be a record.
That would be, yeah. It's kind of like the guy making all the outs in an inning and all those kind of records, but that would be a special one. One that we'll read about for a long time that will never be broken. He hits .455. That's one I'm going to say up. I'm going to just put it on the line. I don't think it'll ever be broken.
Boy, and changeup there, 1-2.
Nice action on that changeup. Did that downward plane on it, and then really turned over from the Hyundai cam. You see this ball just dive and go away from Carlos Gonzalez.
Yeah, this is why San Diego has a chance to be respectable. That's popped up left field.
And it may not be right now. It may be in a year or so, but as this young group gets a little bit better and farther along, there's another guy, Jerry Sullivan, that they took in the 3rd round a year ago. 6'6" right-hander that's in high A this year. That's a very good arm. Nick Smith is finally, 18 months later, 1st-round pick, left-hander out of Arkansas, is finally starting to feel 100%. Now Bud Black hopefully gets to reap some of those benefits. By the way, Hugh Duffy did hit 440 in 1894. Just thrown at you.
That's 440.
I forgot about it. I forgot about Hugh, and it was brought to my attention again.
Nice work, Doug.
You know who?
Yeah, that's not 455.
And it wasn't 162 games either.
One and one on Dexter Fowler. Dexter's 0 for 2, though he has barreled the ball twice. He had a line drive off the body of Matt Latos that ricocheted to Chase Headley, who threw him out. And then he hit a hard ground ball toward the hole that David Eckstein dove and robbed him of a hit.
So he needs a broken bat single.
Yeah. Repair that chip in your windshield. Safelite Elite Auto Glass, 303-287-5000, or go online at safelite.com. 1-2 on Fowler. 2 outs, nobody on. And that's all for the Rockies in the 5th. Latos and the Padres 4, the Rockies 3. We moved to inning number 6. Check the Cooney Lexus look back. 3rd inning. Chris Iannetta. Home run ball right center field into the Rockies bullpen. And then a base hit for Carlos Gonzalez to bring home Clint Barnes, who had doubled 2-0 Colorado. But with the bases loaded, Will Venable threw a triple out there to left center field. It was 3-2, and then Cabrera drove in the 4th run with this double. Rockies got a run back the next half inning on a home run from Brad Hopp to the opposite field. That is our Cooney Lexus look back. Cooney Lexus, where luxury has an address. Back live, 2-strike count on Kyle Blanks. And 3 pitches, and he's gone on a slider. That's the 2nd strikeout tonight for Hamill. He struck out Adrian Gonzalez in the 1st. Chase Headley, a single and a walk. See the pitches by inning. Don't count the 7th inning. We're not there yet. Headley takes a strike. I'll tell you a quick story about Chase Headley from Fountain Fort Carson High School in Colorado Springs. He was the valedictorian of his high school class, and not only a tremendous baseball player, also a real good basketball player, but a marvelous student. Headley, a 5-game hitting streak to begin the season, and he's hit first with 1 out for Will Venable. Speaking of good students, Will Venable went to Princeton, so I imagine he was a pretty good student, George.
I'm sure he was. General Manager Dan O'Dowd's son is playing baseball at Dartmouth.
Christopher. Will was, like his teammate Chris Young, a 2-sport star at Princeton, an all-Ivy League basketball player as well. Ground ball to help. Tag play at second. They got the double play, 3-6.
Nice play from Todd to clear himself to get away from the runner. Give Troy an opportunity to tag him.
Well done. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th, 4-3 Padres. Brought to you by AT&T. Switch to the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, a better 3G experience. By Brakes Plus, a whole lot more. By Chase, introducing the 1% mortgage cash back. Chase, what matters. And by Dex One, marketing solutions, business results. And we welcome you back to the 6th inning. Time for the Coors Light Freeze Cam. Troy Tulowitzki climbing the ladder. He robs Tony Gwynn of a base hit. Second time we've seen him do that this year. He had one of those in the Milwaukee series. That was our Frost Brewed Coors Light Freeze Cam. All right, 6th inning. Rockies will have Helton, Tulowitzki, Hop, and hopefully some of their buddies. That's right, Rally Todd. 4-3 Padres. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Jeff Houston, Alana Rizzo. Matt Latos, before a pitch is thrown, wants his catcher.
Well, let's think about what we're going to try to do here. 3, 4, and 5 he has been able to handle throughout his career. They've not hit above 200.
Yeah, but the 3rd time through, we always talk about that. Now they've had an opportunity to see this young man, where the arm angle is, how the ball's coming out of his hand.
Todd last year played in 151 ball games, coming off back surgery in the previous off season, actually late in the 08 campaign. And he bounced back to have a terrific year, batted .325, fourth best in the National League. Ground ball to first, and Gonzalez will flip to Latos, one out. And let's pay a visit again to Alana Rizzo. Hey, Alana.
Hey, Drew, thanks very much. We've already seen the unbelievable defense by Troy Tulowitzki in just this game alone. But I talked to him earlier today about the comfort level he's feeling at the plate. I've already mentioned how he's standing up the way that he's supposed to in the batter's box, not looking for his stance. And I said, what has that been like? He said, you know what? It was such a huge growing process. He goes, I wasn't one of those guys that got to figure it out in the minor leagues. He didn't spend a lot of time in the minor leagues, as you guys well know. He said, I had to learn in the big leagues. And he said, not to say I have it all figured out. I certainly don't, but I know a lot more about myself and how to succeed at this level. He said, as for being comfortable, this is the first year at the big league level that I've felt the most comfortable that I've ever felt, especially at the beginning of the season, guys.
Well, you got to remember, when he first came up, he swung at everything and anything that moved towards the plate. And he was trying to impress people and prove the fact that he belonged, and was put in a very difficult position. Came right from Tulsa. He's never touched a day in AAA.
Well, you know, I was just checking that, and he's like Dexter Fowler. He really never played AAA. He has 7 at-bats in AAA, and that came on an injury rehab in 2008 after the torn quad muscle. So, to Alana's point, he made the jump from AA.
And part of that is, you know, when you go back down to AAA, what you run into a lot of times, and I think, Jeff, you probably saw this in your career also, you run into some guys that are 28 to 34 years old that have had a cup of coffee or maybe 2 years in the big leagues, are coming back from surgery. They know how to pitch. Their stuff may not equal what it is at the big league level, but they know how to pitch. That's right. It's just one more step in a man's league to get to the biggest league.
3-0 on Tulowitzki.
Well, the other thing, too, for Troy, think about this. Last year being slid down into that number 4 spot regularly. I mean, that's another adjustment that he has to go through, not only with his swing, learning his swing at the big league level, but now we're asking you to be the 4-hole hitter to drive in some runs, too.
3-1 on Tulowitzki. And this is a roller to third.
Slider at 87 miles an hour. He didn't give in on a fastball on a 3-1 count.
And Brad Hopp, his last time up, went opposite field for his 112th career home run.
Fastball down and away. Good extension by Hopp. Just carried out of the reach to the happy fan there.
Take a look at Brad's Amica hit zone from last year. So many lefties, Jeff, like it down and in. This ball's driven to left field. He's got a chance to go again. See you later. Same guy may have caught it. Brad Hopp's tied it up.
Same pitch, same spot, same result.
That's when you know you're locked in.
When you make your pitch as a pitcher to have success, you're not thinking it's going to happen again to you. In a 4th strike zone, look where this pitch is. Right on that outer half of the plate. Tried to change the speed on it, but the location was there and opposite field. More of a line drive. This got out a little bit quicker.
That one sounded different than his first home run. I mean, that one had that loud crack.
Yeah, that was a line shot. The other one was kind of a towering fly ball. 4-4 as Stewart steps in.
Let's look on the Southwest Sky Cam. You can see the swing of Brad Hopp and where the location of this pitch actually is. Watch how far he reaches out. That is a strong human being.
A lot of leverage.
Here's the 1-0 to Stewart. Changeup. This is something that may surprise you at home. It surprised me. It's just the second career multi-home run game for Brad Hopp. Seth Smith's got to get out of the way so we can get the hero shot of Brad. A guy who's, you know, typically 25-plus home runs, you'd think he'd have more multi-home run games. That's just his second. The other one came May 6th of 2007 against Brandon Webb, of all people. But he owns Webb. And this is softly hit the center for a base knock. So the second hit for Stewart. That'll get Chris Iannetta to the plate.
And Iannetta in the back of his head thinking fastball away at 94. I mean, you're talking about Latos, the pitcher, and he went deep in right center field.
Inside ball one on Chris Iannetta. Fourth round pick out of the University of North Carolina. Grew up in Providence, Rhode Island. Still makes his home in Providence.
A lot of times players don't stay in the city they're playing in. They'll go away from it just to get away from all of the pressure of the baseball scene and go back to their hometowns and relax.
On the ground is second. And Eckstein will take it himself. In the inning, there's that man again, Brad Hopp. His second home run, his second solo home run of the ball game. He is tied. A reminder, Rockies Weekly with Jim Tracy airs Sunday nights at 9. I'll sit down every week and talk to the Rockies skipper, and we will chat this week about the opening week of the season, naturally. See exclusive interviews with not only the skipper, but other players as well. That's Rockies Weekly with Jim Tracy.
Gregerson, the right-hander for them. The Rockies have double barrel action going right now with Hamill going out to work in his 7th inning. Hamill due up second.
Yeah, really one bad inning, George. That 4th.
Yeah, big inning through 30-something odd, 36 pitches in that 4th inning. A lot of runs given up on 3 hits.
Yeah, all the runs, all 4. He's got the bottom third of the order, and this is the same trend. Talking about the skipper Jim Tracy, that he really instilled, if you will, that became a trend last year when he took over in late May. He gave his starting pitchers an opportunity to really work deep in a game.
To win a game. Not work deep in a game, win a game. He gave them a chance, win the game. It's your game. It's 4-4. You're going to go out and go pitch the 7th inning. Great start. You're going to hit second. I'm going to hit for you. Go out and finish this inning off strong. Get yourself a win. It's a little different when it's put to you in that fashion versus work deep into a game is go get a win. Well, it's your ball game.
You know, how many times do you see, I mean, back in the 5th inning was a prime example. Yeah, he had a quick inning in the top half of that inning, but I've seen a lot of managers say, okay, that's it, good job. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over. We're trailing by a run. I need a run now.
Well, and also because the 2 balls for outs were loud outs to left field. They're going, you know what, 3rd time through, they're figuring him out. I'm getting him out of the game. He handled the middle of that lineup back in the 6th. Blanks, Headley, and Venable. The top half previous to that. 90th pitch. 91st pitch now.
He went around.
Yep.
Strike 3. Nick Hundley is out number 1 in the 7th.
That's his big swing right there, because if you walk the leadoff man, it's going to force some things to happen in both dugouts. Check swing. He did go around on a ball on the outside corner.
The other thing it does, too, it kind of sets up the bullpen now for Jim Tracy, how he wants to manage it. Instead of trying to figure out how am I going to piece together 4 innings of a ball game, now I can get back to a more manageable number.
It just has so many effects. That's a strike on Cabrera. Because George, now, you know, if that trend, if you're able to continue with that, as you look at Flores on the left side, Matt Belisle on the right side, that's for this inning. You have an opportunity later in the season. Guys don't have 75 appearances on September 1st.
Well, you can blow up a bullpen so quick by the first half of the season, and a lot of times we saw that here at Coors Field. And not to knock Clint, but I mean he did. There a lot of times the bullpen was dead. Look at Jose Mesa, the first half of the season he had, and it wasn't even close to the second half. Pitched in 50 some odd games in the first half of the season. It was done.
1-2 on Cabrera. Still nobody in the on deck circle, and that is a fair ball. May have hit off of Cabrera's foot. 2 outs. Scott Hairston's going to be the pinch hitter. Here's the in-game box for San Diego. Win with a walk. Eckstein's 0 for 3. Gonzalez 1 for 3. The big blow is Will Venable's 3-run triple, obviously, as you look down the scorecard. Hairston's a dangerous guy because he can hit the ball over the wall.
Well, late in the ball game with 2 outs now, you got to make sure that you don't give him anything on the inner half, because that's what he's looking to do. If he's going to beat you, he's going to have to beat you taking it out to right center field.
And Bob Apodaca is out to ensure the fact that the way you want to try to pitch this guy, don't make the mistake, don't leave something in the middle of the plate, just what Jeff's talking about, to confirm how they're going to attack this hitter. I know the one thing I didn't want to hear was a negative here. Standing out on the mound, have a guy come out to you and say, do not leave a breaking ball hanging in the middle half of the plate. Well, the first thing you do is you hang a breaking ball. You know, I just stay to the positive side of things. Hey, everything's going to work. Let's work him away and see if just keep the ball on the ground. Let's get back in there and get you a run and get you a W.
Ball 1 on Scott Hairston. Matt Latos' line, 6 innings. He allowed 4 runs, all of them earned, 7 hits. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 4. He allowed 3 solo home runs, 2 to Hop, 1 to Iannetta. There's a good hook, 1-1. Rockies will have Barmes and then a pinch hitter, we would assume, for Jason Hamill in the bottom of the 7th. What it may depend on, you're still going to get a pinch hitter after his bunt attempt earlier in the game. I'd say if you get a leadoff hit.
Well, pitch count and everything else. I mean, he might come up. He may come up and do that, but I just think Jim Tracy will go to his bench to a much more accomplished bunter. Maybe Aaron Cook. You may save all the bats, whoever it is, best bunter, to bunt him over.
Yeah, but it won't be Hamill. 1-2.
He went.
Yeah, but he got a piece of it. Next pitch will be number 100 for Hamill. Here's the Hyundai cam. Look at it.
Good breaking ball out of the reach and down just off of the end of the bat. Good look at that. That was nice on the Hyundai cam.
And now it's official. Great job by Hamill. Really outstanding job. The one tough inning, but he worked 7. 4-4 affair, stretch time at Coors Field.
Tied 4-4. Jason Hamill, what a nice job he did to end that last out of the inning. We're going to give it back to you on a pitch-by-pitch. First pitch curveball out of the strike zone on the fourth strike zone. You can see that pitch out at 77. He does come back with a called strike with a curveball that paints the outside corner with the fastball that comes back curveball on this next pitch off the end of the bat. It was a no-nonsense inning, 2 punch-outs. Then he comes back, nowhere. He's going to get this one on Harrison. It's 78. That's the end of that side of things. The Rockies go to the dugout. And Gregerson comes on to pitch for the San Diego Padres. Home games, 37 games, 0-0. Look at the earned run average, 0.62, but yet out on the road really struggled. A 7.22 earned run average out on the road for the Padres over 36 games, a 2-4 record. Well, folks, guess what? He's on the road. The slider outpitch for Gregerson. He'll throw a fastball, sinks 89, 92 miles an hour, but the slider is his pitch he will go to get the punch out.
Broken bat, fly ball, shallow center, and Gwynn got there.
Close some ground in a hurry.
Seth Smith will be the pinch hitter for Jason Hamill, and we asked him about the clubhouse.
This group of guys is incredible. It's a fun team to be on. Everybody will tell you that, and it's true. I've never been in another clubhouse, but I can't imagine one being better than what we have. Everybody's grounded. Everybody wants to win. Everybody's willing to do their part. You know, people are going to pick you up and try to make you the best player you can be.
The words of Seth Smith as he steps in against Luke Gregerson, and that has been a consistent theme the last several years for the Rockies. It is a very close-knit club, and I don't think it's something that needs to be poo-pooed and just say, well, you know, that's not that big a deal. It is a big deal, isn't it?
For a player, it is. I think part of that is the Rockies, and again, this is a part of the puzzle you put together as a general manager of guys that fit together. And these guys know each other from their time spent in the minor leagues. I mean, yeah, they didn't play with Todd Helton, but they've been around big league camp with Todd Helton. And I think, too, when you add a piece to the puzzle, like a Giambi, like a Melvin Mora, you've got to make sure that piece of the puzzle fits and stays on the same length. And last year when Giambi joined this team, it's like he'd been here for 35 years. I mean, they really took on to Jason Giambi, his attitude, the attitude of this ball club.
Not this time for Seth Smith. Well, the 7th inning is our Burger King Whopper inning. If Colorado hits a home run during the 7th inning, Burger King will offer a free Whopper with a purchase of a large drink the following day between 4 and 6 in the afternoon at participating restaurants only.
I can tell you this much. They didn't hit a home run in the 7th last night, but I did eat a double Whopper today with mayonnaise and onions and an extra large fry. And it was outstanding. Betancourt up for the Rockies.
Carlos Gonzalez has been known to go deep. 4-4, 2 outs. Nobody on for the Rockies.
Well, that's the thing, is you get deeper into a ball game as a pitcher, you're saying coming out of the bullpen, who am I facing? All right, Gonzalez could be the 3rd out. Where is his power? Where do I need to stay away from in your mind? This is what you're thinking of in a tie ball game. And for Carlos, he has power to all fields. You just want to make a mistake. You don't want to make anything up into the strike zone where you get extended and drive the ball in the air. You want to, if you make a mistake, it's going to be down. You want to get the ball on the ground.
Well, there was that slider, though. And that's what you talked about, Gregerson and the slider. If he throws that down and into Cargo, that's the one he can turn on and knock out of here in a hurry.
Down and in out over the middle of the plate is bad. Down and in on that back foot is a difficult pitch for left-handers, because if they catch it out front, typically they'll hook it where you're setting, Jeff.
They don't have a glove.
He popped him up. Cabrera makes the catch. Gregerson works a 1-2-3 7th inning. We move on to inning number 8.
Leading off, the top half of the 8th inning for the Padres. Center fielder.
4-4 ball game. Both starters will get a no decision tonight. Let's check the Home Depot. Doing more on defense. Been plenty of great plays defensively. Look at this throw by Carlos Gonzalez to cut down Chase Headley. And Tulowitzki, for me, the best play of the game defensively. This one wasn't bad. Ian Stewart in a short hop, and then he said, hey, I'm going to give a short hop to Todd Helton. He scooped it at first. Line drive by Tony Gwynn. Troy Tulowitzki climbing the ladder. And then Todd Helton starting a 3-6 double play. Doing more on defense, presented by the Home Depot. Tonight's call to the bullpen is brought to you by Comcast Digital Home Phone Service. Warm up to unlimited local and long distance. Call 1-800-COMCAST. There's the Rockies setup man extraordinaire, Rafael Betancourt. And when it's even at home, you send out your 8th inning guy. So Betancourt will face the top of the Padre lineup. Gwynn, Eckstein, and Adrian Gonzalez.
Good fastball, 90, 94 miles an hour. Typically will pitch at 90 to 92. Has some late tail as it did there at 91. Hard cutting slider that'll bite down and in on the lefty, away from the righty.
One blip in 7 innings for Jason Hamill, the 4-run fourth. Other than that, 7 innings, the 4 runs, 5 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. And a fly ball right center field. Brad Hopp has time to get there. 1 out. Let's glance at our Excel Energy fun fact. Padres' new television announcer, Dick Enberg, has appeared in 14 different movies and television series, including, so Dick's been around. He was on the Mod Squad with Link and the gang. Mr. 3000, The Naked Gun, and a good film. Heaven Can Wait. Did you know that running your dishwasher when it's full saves you energy and money? To get a jump on other cost-saving tips, visit responsiblebynature.com. Eckstein, strike 1.
Still have a pretty good shift on Eckstein to especially the outfielders.
Shallow and in and to the right.
Yep.
He hit that ball hard his last time up on a ball inside. It stayed there. The Cargo trailed back and made a catch up.
You know, Eckstein, a couple times a year, will surprise you. He'll turn on one and hit it out. Not frequently.
That couple of times out of 500 at bats doesn't change how you try to do this. You just can't make a mistake on it. Still have to pitch to the defense.
Pitch him away and play him away. Hit him. That's a fair ball.
That hit the bat.
Yep, it did.
Hit off the end of the bat.
He should have played it off, but it goes back to that point we were talking about yesterday's broadcast with Adrian Gonzalez. He couldn't think that quick to say, oh, it didn't hit me. Well, this time, David Eckstein knows that, you know what, that ball didn't hit me. It went off the end of the bat.
Yeah, well, it went right off of the knob. I mean, and it didn't come forward. It hit as if the knob was up and down, and it hit right on the knob. But choking up cost him a hit batsman. It hit right there, and it went right back out to the mound. Can you imagine that ball get bunted up the line one way or the other? That's why I say you see something you haven't seen before every time and every day you come to the yard.
That was a different one. Adrian Gonzalez, a single and 3 at bats.
Whatever you do, pitch to this guy carefully. If you walk him, so what? Do not let this guy beat you.
One and one. Adrian Gonzalez, the only guy in the history of the Padres to own 3 30-homer seasons. The only Padre to hit 35 or more in consecutive seasons.
Just marvel at those numbers and playing at Petco, and we always talk about that, but at night that ball just does not go anywhere.
You have to hit it twice to hit it out of Petco in the evening.
Yeah, I mean, during the day it'll go, it'll fly, no question about it, but when that heavy sea air comes in off the Pacific Ocean, all of a sudden it just acts like a parachute on the baseball.
Well, let's not forget April 24th, the Florida Marlins will be in town, and the first 8,000 fans through the gates will get how about this? A Great Clips coupon, Drew.
I just got my hair cut.
I know you did. Absolutely you do. You can get those tickets at one of the Rockies tickets outlets, or just go online for ColoradoRockies.com. It's Great Clips coupon, a first 8,000 on April the 24th when the Florida Marlins are in town.
I had a choice. I was going to have you do it or Great Clips, and I went with Great Clips.
Actually, the choice was Helton me or Great Clips.
There was no way I was having Helton do it. Strike on the corner. Because he would have thought it's funny, and he would have given me an Ionetta.
So, big deal. You almost got one anyway. The outside corner, right where you want to try to put it, eliminate some of that power a little bit. Got half of an Ionetta.
I got half of an Ionetta, but that's nature.
And that's all right.
3-2. And a base hit. Even with that shift on, Jeff, he found a hole.
Well, he found a hole because if Clint Barmas is playing normal second page depth, he has that play. But the way he's over now, and Troy is acting like really a right-handed pole hitter, he's on the second base side. But if you're not pulled over and you're not shift, that's just an easy little one-hopper to Clint Barnes.
Well, you know, I know you played in the infield, but from up here, it didn't look like it was easy. It might be one of those gut shots, knock it down, pick it up, and throw him out.
Well, that's true. I mean, but it was going to be an easy play because you do knock it down, you throw him out by about 15, 20 steps.
It's amazing how those guys like Bonds, Gonzalez, Jeff, that you put those big shifts, McGuire the other way, and they just find holes.
Well, they're still strong enough to hit it through it.
Kyle Blanks at the plate, slider, ball one. Blanks has one hit this year. It's a home run. He's 1 for 16. He has 7 punch outs. Two outs. Adrian Gonzalez, not a threat to go anywhere at first. We're in the home stretch for the 2010 census. It's not too late. Fill out and mail back your census form today. 1 ball, 1 strike on Kyle Blanks, one of 13 Padre players with 2 years or less of big league experience. One and two.
And he's got one thought: leave the yard.
But the way they're pitching him away from him, it'll be tough to do. As long as Raphael hits his spot, we get another swinging strikeout. Go right back out there again.
This ball's ripped down the line to left. Gonzalez will cut it off. Adrian Gonzalez will get to second, or excuse me, to third. And Blanks in with a double. And now you have to face Chase Headley, who has 2 hits and a walk tonight.
Look, you know, Flores is warming up right now. I mean, Jeff, what do? Do you go to Venable and force him to go to the right side again and probably get Jerry Harrison as a pinch hitter and bring in Flores into the game, or do you walk him? I mean, what do you do here with 2 outs? I mean, this guy's been the hottest hitter for him of late, 8 for 18.
I go ahead and with Rafael Betancourt, I go ahead and let him try to get Chase Headley out here. I want my 8th inning guy to get out of a tough situation.
By the way, the pitch, you know, you said keep it away from him. On Blanks, he wouldn't hurt him. That pitch was not away. It was on that inner half of the plate where you didn't want to be.
Headley, a pair of singles. He walked in the 4th and scored on the Venable triple. Good pitch, strike one.
0 for 2 in their matchups through in the career. A very short one with Betancourt being over in the National, over in the American League for so long.
Have to make sure now that Rafael and Chris are on the same page about what sign they're going to go to. You can't have a cross up expecting one, and he throws the other.
You don't worry about putting the ball in the dirt.
Ball and a strike on Headley. He was taken over at third base this year after the trade of Kevin Kuzminoff.
You're not worried so much about signs being stolen here. You're worried about location given away. And that's why you see Chris Iannetta move not extremely late, but late. We pretty much know on a right-handed batter or right-handed pitcher, they're not going to backdoor the slider a lot if they don't do it on a regular basis.
Good slider.
Bottom fell out of it at 80 miles an hour. It actually backed up and went down. So watch the action on this ball. Instead of being straight down, that ball backed up and went the other way. That's what happened when you don't finish it. You wish you could master this pitch on the Hyundai Cam. You can really see it. You'd like to master that slider. You just can't. I mean, you can't. You don't have a feel for that because that's not what you're trying to accomplish with it.
As a hitter now, you're really trying to guess along. Is he going to throw that again, or is it going to be a fastball?
Fastball, it wasn't a strike, but man, with a 2-strike count, that's pretty close. How do you eat your bat and not swing at that?
You're probably looking for something else.
Because you're geared up to hit soft,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, I guess,
yeah.
well, you know, but if you're geared up to hit soft, then they're going to get the fastball by you every time. It's look fastball and adjust.
See if he goes back to the slider. 2-2. Got him. Ball gets away. They got to get the out, and safe at first. That's a wonderful play by Helton. That thing was ticketed down the right field line. That's just a rough break. I don't think Chris found it early, Jeff.
He didn't. He blocked it, and then he kind of hops around like a bunny would do, trying to figure out where he's going.
Well, you're absolutely right, Jeff. He got out in front of this thing. He blocks it. It rolls up the chest. It hits off the back of the runner, which is perfectly legal when the ball had touched the catcher. And then as he's going up the line, he stays right where he's supposed to as a runner. That ball tails. I'll tell you what, great play help. Jim Tracy's got the left-hander going. Is he going to make that move? Typically, when a manager comes out, they do make that move, or he may just have a conversation here.
Got the hands in the pocket. You know, George, to your point earlier, and one we were chatting about, the fact that Jim Tracy's shown a lot of trust in his starting pitchers. This is his 8th inning guy. This is not a guy that floats earlier in the ball game that he typically, you know, is going to ask to get an out or two, and there's a parachute behind him. This is his guy. And if you're going to show confidence in your starters to work deep, don't you have to do the same with one of your top two guys in the bullpen?
It depends on the situation. You have the bases loaded now. You have a left-hander up. What has he done against left-handers? And what has their bench on the right side done against left-handers? If you're more comfortable going with this right-hander in this situation, facing the left-handed hitting Venable, then you stick with him. But depending on the night and getting a read of consistency out of it.
Will Venable with the bases loaded. Second time tonight. He's had the luxury of hitting with the bases jammed. And he hit a 3-run triple in the 4th in this situation.
Second time all year the Padres have had the bases loaded.
It's really a bad break in that Betancourt strikes out Headley. And he reaches on that strikeout. 0-2.
And a good guy right now to be ahead of 0-2 with the bases loaded, because Venable in his career has an awful lot of success. He's hitting .353 with the bases loaded, 6 for 17.
Well, now this time, if they do throw the breaking pitch in the dirt and he strikes out, all Chris would have to do then is pick it up and step on home plate. Doesn't have to make the throw. Where are you going, George? Fastball or hard slider?
In my heart, I'm going hard slider, and I'll do it 4 times to get him out. Me, he hasn't had good command of the fastball. Typically he does.
He got him with a slider. Good pitching from Betancourt in a sticky situation. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 4. Inning at Coors Field. Let's take a look at the Breaks Plus Take a Break poll of the game again. Well, are you afraid of the Giants? We asked you earlier. And let's see who's texted what. No, 82%, 18% have a fear of the Giants and that great rotation. Mike Adams, who was terrific last year for the Padres, is set to handle the 8th inning.
Like silly type numbers, 37 innings pitched in 37 games, 14 hits given up over those 37 innings. He walked 8, punched out 45, only threw 1 wild pitch. He's been well traveled. He shot to the big leagues in a hurry, signing in 01 as a non-drafted signee out of Texas A&M Kingsville. Played both basketball and baseball there, 6'5", right-hander.
He had one of the highest reliever strikeout ratios in baseball last year. Dexter Fowler, then Helton and Tulowitzki.
Those are the numbers last year we were just talking about. 15 holes, was not used as a guy that would come in. But the big key for me, late in ball games, only 1 home run given up in 37 innings.
How about a 111
Yeah,
average?
that's what I was looking at too, Drew.
You're pitching at 8th and 9th inning. You keep the ball in the yard, you're going to have success a lot when it comes to the win-loss column in tied games.
That's a pitch right there, Huey. A lot of guys struggle with Dexter because he's still relatively new to that left side. That's a hole for him, isn't it?
It is a hole. It's one he's got to close up to be a consistent hitter at the big league level. But it takes time to figure out how do I get to that spot?
Well, it's a big old back foot hard slider. I mean, I'll be honest, when I pitched, that's what I attempted to do with the slider to left-handers, was not to go away and try to backdoor it or stay in the middle of the plate. I wanted to put it on their back foot. I didn't want to allow them to get their hands extended, because obviously you're slowing the ball down to a bat. And then if it hangs, it's a pretty easy pitch to hit. But if you put it back on that back foot, it's a very difficult pitch to hit, particularly ahead in the count.
You just can't get the barrel to that spot.
Well, he went away with it and struck out Fowler. Let's glance at the Amica hit zone for Todd Helton. He's 0 for 3 in the ballgame.
Not a lot of holes, but again, this one you're talking about right down here at the bottom, that 241, that's that back foot part area. Some guys will try to visit with him, but anywhere else in that zone, he's at above success, obviously.
And for each Colorado hit from now through the end of the season, Amica Insurance will donate $10 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of Denver. Thank you, Amica. Helton drives it left center field, won't get down in time.
Now Gwen shading that side of second base as it allowed him to get a jump on the baseball. Helton tattooed that thing right into left center field. The Rockies in their career versus Adams. How about this? 0 for 16 now. Rocky has gotten a hit off of Mr. Adams, but the positioning, maybe a great shot of it right there. The positioning of Gwen allowed him to get there.
Yeah, because he wasn't just a step or two on the other side of second base. He was about 5 to 7 steps over there already.
You know, and it's amazing, Jeff. I ask a lot of hitters this, and again, you see Gwen saying nothing over our heads, no doubles. But I ask hitters all the time, do you ever look at center fielder? And amazingly, I've had some hitters go, why? I said, because it's going to tell you exactly how they're going to pitch you. If he's over in right center field or shading the right center field, then they're going to take the ball away from Tulowitzki. Now, he's playing straight up behind the bag. If he's shaded a little bit to the left, they're going to go try to pull you on the baseball inside.
Yeah, take advantage of everything that you can.
That's right in front of you. Just
I
look.
know. It's a very simple thing to do, but some guys get locked in just on that pitcher.
High drive, deep left field, blanks to the track, and will make the catch.
I thought that was gone.
He got under it a smidgen. It's a long out. To the ninth we go for is brought to you by Comcast Digital Home Phone Service. Warm up to unlimited local and long distance. Call 1-800-COMCAST. By Geico, 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Burger King, home of the Whopper. And by Colorado Hyundai. Hyundai was just named the most efficient car maker in America. Visit your Colorado Hyundai dealers today. We've been locked up at 4-4 for several innings. 4 runs, 8 hits for San Diego, 4 runs, 7 hits for the Rockies. Tom Helmer has a post-game show after this one is done. Tom?
That's right. Whenever this one wraps up, me and the Cowboy are ready to saddle up and go. We're going to talk about Hoppo. Brad Hopp going to opposite field twice with a couple of homers. We'll tell you why that's not so unique. We'll also talk about the tenacious D of the Colorado Rockies and catch and release. Chris Iannetta unloads on a home run tonight. It's a sweet one. We're going to talk about all that, break this game down for you when it's all over. Drew?
All right, Tom, we will look forward to that as we always do. Brad Hopp, a couple of solo home runs, one to get the Rockies within a run, and the next one to tie it up at 4. Franklin Morales is on for the Rockies, bottom third of the order for the Padres. Nick Hundley, Everett Cabrera, and then a pinch hitter. And it won't be the guy they want to use late in games, Matt Stairs, because the Rockies' ninth inning guy right now is a left-hander.
Absolutely it is, and it just takes away the power and advantage they have, just much like it would if you had a lefty to match up with Jason Giambi if they went to that avenue with it. Heath Bell starting to throw down into their bullpen, their closer. It's kind of Cesar Ramos.
It's kind of interesting right now how Bud Black is playing it, in that he's matching his late inning guys just like the Rockies are, and you usually do that at home, not always when you're the road team.
1-3 though. I think that's kind of where he's going with right now. He brought in Gallagher last night, and he got beat up pretty good in the ball game. Doesn't want to go down that alley. Yahika's had thrown a couple of days. Stauffer's more of a fifth man type guy and a rotational long guy. So Bud Black and Ted Simmons, his bench coach, put their heads together and try to match this thing up. Darren Balsley's their pitching coach.
Nick Hundley's a guy that has occasional power. Franklin Morales' first pitch is bunted up in the air, and that's a freebie.
Thank you.
Yep, that is a freebie. Hundley tried to bunt his way on, and Iannetta won't have an easier play all year. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Colorado Rockies. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Colorado Rockies.
By the way, I think Bell's up primarily if they get a one-run lead. Cesar Ramos, the left-hander, the only left-hander they have there, he's the one up throwing next to him down in their bullpen. You have Hopp, and then you have Stewart to come up the next inning.
I know the Rockies, until this game, had not put two lefties back-to-back. Jim Tracy, because it's only Ramos out there, felt that he could do that. That's a terrific curveball. 0-2.
Well, the young left-handers come in twice and asked to get Stephen Drew out 2 times in his 2 previous appearances this year. He's normally been a starter in the minor leagues. He struck Drew out in his last appearance.
And a base hit. Just out of the reach of Barmes on an 0-2 pitch. Oscar Salazar was up there. And he's still going to stay up there. He started to head back as if
it looked like he was,
they were going to do something different, but he just wanted to get a little more stick him on the bat.
Let's not forget about the Coca-Cola Value Pack. All the games in April, you get the tickets, the 4 hot dogs, 4 parking pass, or 4 a parking pass, and a Rockies magazine, all for only $59. Don't forget all of this for $59. Call 1-800-388-ROCK and go online to ColoradoRockies.com to purchase your Coca-Cola Value Pack today. That's for every home April game.
You got to worry about Cabrera a little bit at first. You negate it somewhat with the left-hander, but he can run. Late swing, 0-2.
Just have to make sure that Franklin really comes to a stop, though. That last time, he didn't pause a whole lot. And one of these umpires to call a balk.
Salazar, 31-year-old veteran out of Venezuela.
You also wonder how many times maybe he has seen Franklin Morales down a winter ball.
In the air, right center field. Long run, Dexter Fowler. He's going to get there. And then he throws a strike to Tulowitzki in case
long chase.
Cabrera was going to tag.
Matter of fact, that ball looked like it was Hopp's ball. As much as it floated the wind, not doing a whole lot. When this ball's hit, it's over by Dexter, and it floats all the way over into right center field. You see where Hop is, kind of right behind it. And Dexter saw Cabrera tag, and that's when he made the emergency throw right on the money to Tulowitzki.
Well, Cabrera came back to the bag, and he slipped a little bit as he got back there. Otherwise, I think he might have thought about at least going halfway down there.
Pinch hitting for Tony Gwynn is Jerry Hairston Jr. Jerry's little brother Scott already pinch hit in the ball game. Rockies in the bottom of the ninth. Hop, Stewart, and Iannetta. Ground ball. Nice pickup by Stewart. He checked to go the short way, and wisely went the long way. Good job by Franklin Morales. Bottom of the ninth. Who will be the hero? Game brought to you by Jimmy John's. Fourth inning. Rockies trailing 4-2. Brad Hop. High fly ball left field. It's gone. Rockies trailing 4-3 in the sixth inning. Brad Hop. Line drive. Deep right field. It's gone. 4-4. Our Jimmy John's delivery of the game. Two of them from Brad Hop. With Gwynn being pinch hit for, Will Venable slides to center field from right, and Jerry Hairston, who can play everywhere, is in right field. Cesar Ramos is the new pitcher for the Padres, and he's really keeping that left-handed bullpen seat warm for Joe Thatcher, who's on a rehab assignment in Portland.
90-91 mile-an-hour fastball. That's last season's numbers. 5 games, actually started a game. Has a very good slider. He'll use it. Caesar uses that at 82 to 83 miles an hour. Curveball 73-75. A teammate, Mr. Tulowitzki in college.
You know what I'm thinking? Brad might as well just go deep the kind of night he's had and end it.
They get a hat trick.
Yep. Stewart on deck. 2-strike count on Brad Hop. One out.
And what difference between he and Thatcher? Thatcher a little more low three-quarter guy. Now he can't go get the 92 mile an hour fastball. This is just rim-branded right on the outside corner.
Looks like he hides the baseball pretty well, where when he gets turned, that glove's still kind of behind him a little bit, and then really just a late short arm kind of where you see it at the last instant.
Well, the hardest thing he's had to learn is how to warm up into the bullpen, how to go about it every single day, come in and face one left-hander, typically game on the line as it is here, and to do it. Now, the one thing he does have an advantage over a lot of lefties coming out of the bullpen, he has a slider and a curveball and a changeup, so it allows you to leave him out there for the full inning a lot of times.
Well, that repertoire because he's a starter, right, Frazier?
Yeah, absolutely. So a starter throughout his minor league career.
And
2 soft sliders, or curveballs, I should say, in a row.
He's quickly ahead 0-2. Stewart, great against lefties 2 years ago, led all of baseball. He hit 370 left on left last year. He dropped 200 points. This year, he's 3 for 9 in the early going with a home run.
Well, I think that's the other reason why Jim Tracy wasn't afraid to put Brad Hopp and Ian Stewart back to back. Didn't really feel like, you know what, early in the season I needed to split them up with only the one lefty that the Padres have out in their pen.
Well, that's a good eye right there. That's usually a swing and miss pitch for most lefties.
Well, and he also hit his spot exactly where Hundley wanted the baseball. I mean, the 4 strike zone showed that it was off the plate, but after you've taken 2 sliders away on the outside corner, tough to lay off.
Well, he got him on a similar pitch. Well, Ramos handled the lefties.
And he's been on a big stage. Buddy Black's headed out, it appears to be. This again, another good pitch on that outer half of the corner. He's going to go to the right-hander in the bullpen, but started to say Ramos has pitched in some of the biggest stage. Member of the 2004 U.S. national team who won a gold medal at the World University Baseball Championships in Taiwan.
Well, Ramos got Hopp and Stewart. We'll be back. Ionetta getting prepared to face Edward Mujica. This will be the 3rd appearance for Mujica. Those are the numbers from last year. League hit 273 against him. Mujica has given up a home run in one of his 2 appearances this season.
Has a tendency at times to let the elbow drop, and then he gets a lower angle on the slider and it flattens out. Slider typically will run in the 79 to 83 mile an hour range. Fastball 90-91. 4th time he and Ionetta will match up. He's 0 for 3 against Mujica.
Ground ball to 3rd, and a good pickup by Headley. 1 pitch, and Mujica gets Ionetta. Our first extra inning ball game of the year. We'll go to the 10th, tied at 4. Game summary, third inning, scoreless affair, and then the home run by Chris Iannetta to the Rockies bullpen. Later in the inning, after a Barmes double, Carlos Gonzalez lined a single to left, 2-0 Colorado. The only inning for San Diego was the fourth. They loaded the bases. Will Venable cleared those bases with a triple. And then he was brought home on this double by Everett Cabrera. And then Brad Hawk went to work. 4-2, make it 4-3. Home run against Matt Latos. Came up in the sixth inning against Latos. And he did the same thing. And that is where we're stuck, 4-4, as we go to the top of the 10th inning. And the Rockies will hand the baseball to Matt Daly, the New York native. And he'll face David Eckstein, Adrian Gonzalez, and Kyle Blanks, 2, 3, and 4 in the San Diego lineup. 4 runs on 9 hits for San Diego, 4 runs, 7 hits for the Rockies, who had a dozen hits yesterday. Eckstein, a couple fly balls, a couple of ground balls, nothing for 4.
And if you're Bud Black, this is the one guy you want at the plate right now because he will work a count. He'll try to get on through the walk if he can. Bud Black barking pretty heavy along with Ted Simmons on home plate umpire Tim Welke about the pitch being low.
We could just see Eckstein's reaction, the way he kind of glared at him.
I think there's a couple things with that, Jeff. You've been in that situation a bunch. Welke was a little bit slow with the strike call, which opened the door for the bench of San Diego.
Yeah, and that's what bothers you. If he's emphatic about it right off the get-go, then you're okay with it.
And the fact if he's called it the entire game, that's the other. If he's been a low ball umpire the entire game, fine. But all of a sudden you get in extra innings and you start ringing guys up on pitches that have not been called to strikes, and it becomes a problem for everyone.
Here's the 1-2, and Eckstein hits a slow one hopper. Tulowitzki will throw him out. At least he hit it with the right part of the bat, Jeff.
Yeah, he didn't hit it with the knob this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, he tried to work with the barrel, but the part of the barrel that he worked on was the skinnier part back down towards the handle, because that was a jam shot.
On a 75-mile-an-hour curveball.
This is the guy that you have to be so cautious with.
I know it might go against conventional wisdom, but I think about just walking this guy. There you go.
Throw the one hopper to Tulowitzki.
There you go. That'll work too.
Well, one more out by Tulo, it'll be another record. He'll tie it.
He's got a chance. That's all you can ask for.
Big guy at the plate might roll one right over to his mitt, too.
And this is, I would assume, Iannetta going out with Daly and saying, hey, listen, there's a lot of holes. As you read the scouting report. You heard it from Bob Apodaca and Jim Wright. But he also can hit the ball a country mile.
Well, don't lose your focus. You just got Adrian Gonzalez out. And it could be that letdown factor.
You know, last year he came up and he hit a home run every 10 at-bats until he went down with plantar fasciitis, and he hits a weak ground ball. Barmes is going to get there, but he's not going to have a play. So a base hit with 2 outs, and that'll bring up Headley.
Shattered the bat. I mean, there's pieces laying around the infield when this thing took off. And again, because he's a strong pull hitter, you don't have an overpowering pitcher. You're going to play more up the middle. That's allowed Barmes, which would have been a great play if he'd even caught it and threw him out at first anyway.
Headley has reached in every at bat, 2 hits, a walk, and then he reached on a strikeout, wild pitch in the 8th. Blanks can run.
See, I think I'd send him too. The only reason.
There's a base hit. Hop was playing deep, but it's going to be first and third.
Third time Flores has been up. He's ready down in the bullpen, and Jim Tracy decides to go that route. Venable. And he's going to go down and get Flores, the left-hander, right now to come in and try to face Venable, which I think is the right move.
Well, there's no options left for Bud Black. The only right-handed bat left is Torrealba, your number 2 catcher. Which managers hate to do that in case, you know, catcher's a high-risk position. You get somebody nicked and you got nobody left. Runners at first and third, the 10th inning for San Diego. Kyle Blanks is at third. He singled. Chase Headley just singled. He is at first. And with Will Venable coming up, the Rockies go to their situational lefty, and the only lefty left in their bullpen, their closer right now, is a lefty, Franklin Morales. So it's Randy Flores. He has faced 4 lefties this year, and he's only retired 1 of them.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see out of your left-handed guy coming out of the bullpen, but yet it's a guy that this is the right move to make at this time again with Venable. Venable in his career kind of interesting. He's hitting left-handers at a 255 clip. With runners in scoring position and 2 outs, he's hit 255. That's the situation he's in now to face Randy Flores, who's trying to get the last out here in the top of the 10th inning.
And Venable tonight, 1 for 4, but it was a big 1. You see what's left in the Rockies bullpen. A 3-run triple back in the 4th inning. One and 0. That's better.
Better location for sure. A slider down and away, and the latter part of the plate and down. That's the key for me. It's down and moving away from that left-handed hitter.
One and 2. Flores, a longtime member of the Cardinals, in his second stint with the Rockies. He was with Colorado briefly in 2002. Pitched in 8 ball games.
As a middle infielder now, and a catcher, you can't fall asleep. Possible delay steal.
Little comebacker. Good job by Randy Flores. 2 left on. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th. Barmes to lead it off. Bottom of the 10th inning. So another chance for the Rockies to walk off as winners. Ryan Spilborghs is going to go to the on-deck circle initially. You have Jason Giambi on the Rockies bench. Seth Smith has been used. Melvin Mora would be the other right-handed option. Miguel Olivo, the backup catcher. So Barmes will lead it off against Edward Mujica. Mujica got the final out of the bottom of the 9th inning when he got Chris Iannetta to bounce to third. Barmes, a double in 3 trips, takes strike 1.
The way Jim Tracy's going to play it, if Clint gets on, then he can send Spilly up there to try to lay down a bunt.
Down the line, and a high throw. No, they called him out. I guess he came back down on the bag in time.
Yeah, right at the end, he was able to get that foot back down onto the bag.
Well, you look on the Hyundai cam here, you can see as he leaped, he's caught the baseball, and then he comes down right in front of it. Clint Barmes, and when you slow it down like that, it looks like quite a wide margin. When it's in real time, it looked a lot closer than that.
Well, it'll be Giambi now that there's one out and nobody on. And the crowd is abuzz. 4th at bat this year for the big man. Ball 1 on Giambi. He got a start Wednesday afternoon in Milwaukee. Looking for his first hit of the year. Padres put a shift on. David Eckstein's playing the rover. He's 30 feet into the outfield.
Ooh.
He was on that.
He was right on that one. Talk about a lot of times when that ball is just fouled straight back, you know the hitter is on that. From the Hyundai cam, boy, Jason just creates so much torque.
You can see their scouting report, Jeff, is bust him.
Well, try not to let him get his arms extended. I mean, that's what they're doing. They're playing him to pull. So they want to try to work it in towards the hands, but also if he does pull the ball, hopefully they'll have a guy in position.
Hard sliders, too. That's the other side of it. They're trying to get that ball to break in and down, so when he does get it, he's going to try to catch the top half of the baseball. Well, let's take a look at this last pitch. Was it in that strike zone or was it not? Seemed to be down a little bit. The strike zone picks it up as a strike in the middle of the plate.
Here's the deal. It wasn't well received by Huntley.
That's exactly why it wasn't called a strike.
Well, part of the time, too, when hitters get deep in the box, catchers get deeper. So then you don't reach out and get it. Now, question to you. Giambi doesn't run well. You're down 1. You're tied with 1 out. Do you burn another player and pinch run?
Well, yeah. I mean,
you go Mora here?
Or you could go to a pitcher.
Well, who would you go to, though?
Greg Smith.
That's the one guy we weren't thinking about. As guys going through, you're not going to go Jimenez. He starts tomorrow. De La Rosa, you wouldn't go there. Aaron Cook, you wouldn't go.
Well, you don't want to go
about Greg Smith.
But you don't want to go to another regular player either, because you need that bat or that defense depending on how long this game goes.
Especially if you go to Mora, you've lost all your infielders in. You got to keep one infielder and your catcher, for sure.
So Giambi reaches, and the very good athlete from LSU, Greg Smith, is the pinch runner. Gonzo tried to end the game with that swing.
Well, Smith is the guy at first base when you say pinch running a pitcher. Mr. Baseball in Louisiana out of high school, DH at LSU. He's familiar with running the bases.
Late in the evening for Mrs. Gonzalez, and on the right, Euro Gonzalez, Carlos's older brother. Told the story yesterday and earlier today. First time those two have seen Carlos play in person in the big leagues. RBI single back in the third for Cargo. 1 for 4. Outfield extremely deep, naturally. And this is a double play ball. There's 1 and there's 2. So we'll move to the 11th inning. Tied at 4. Catch postgame show with Tom Helmer and the Cowboy right here on FSN Rocky Mountain. Matt Belisle will take over in the 11th inning, and he'll face Nick Hundley, Everett Cabrera, and Matt Stairs, we imagine.
Very good job that he did, too, coming out of the bullpen a year ago for the Rockies. And I would imagine Stairs would be that guy. He's going to be the one guy to take a shot at it. Here, and it would be in the top of the 11th inning against Belisle. If that matchup happens, then he's down to the last guy, Torrey Albin. You're not going to use him, the other right-hander backup catcher for the Padres. I don't know their pitching staff well enough. I mean, some veteran guys on there that might swing the bat well that he might go to. And Jake Peavy swung the bat okay. He's gone, obviously, but I'm just trying to think if there's somebody else he could go use with a couple of outs, or what he might try to do.
Well, Kevin Correa is a 500 hitter, George. He's 1 for 2 this year.
Probably not going to happen.
Here's the 1-1. And this ball is driven to right field. Brad Hops right there, 1 out. Yeah, we haven't seen what Alana's up to lately. Alana?
Well, I just wanted to update some of the Rockies fans as the Rockies work through their bullpen here in the 11th inning about a couple of relievers and what's going on with them. Joe Beimel is back in AAA Colorado Springs. He's with the Colorado Springs Sky Sox. They're up in Tacoma tonight. Jim Tracy said that he just wanted to make sure that he got some work there so he can stay fresh. Taylor Buchholz, he threw a 35-pitch batting practice session here recently. The next step for him, he's either going to throw a simulated game or he's going to throw a game in extended spring training. And then Houston Street, of course, the Rockies closer, he's continuing his strengthening program. And obviously, we wish those guys well to get back here in the pen as soon as they can. Drew?
All right, Alana, thanks for the update. It's good news. Beimel was very good late in spring training once he signed. Cabrera, big swing, 1-1.
Well, Joe went out and pitched all the time, but it was against high school hitters. It wasn't against big league hitters.
He was really
little
good
difference.
against those guys.
He had great time against them, but then he obviously came into a couple of pretty good innings. You've got to go back-to-back days. You got to have a day off and pitch again, and pitching in situations with a crowd and all the other stuff that goes along with it. Even though Beimel thought a little soft fly ball to right, hop on the run, he'll have it. But, Beimel's just, I was ready to go, but he's really not. I think to get the mental aspect of back-to-back shots is very important.
Well, I like what Jim Tracy said also, is that, you know what, in my good conscience, I cannot send him out there and let him possibly blow out his arm if I don't feel like he's had enough preparation to go out on the mound.
Well, the bench is now empty except for Torey Alba. Matt Stairs, who appeared in yesterday's game, and I always enjoy visiting with Matt. He's been around forever and a day. And I asked him about a quote that was attributed to him several years ago. That said, he said, every time I go up, I try to hit a home run. I asked him yesterday, I said, is that honestly the truth? He said, every time I go to the plate, I try to hit a home run. He said, I had a debate once with George Brett about that. Brett said, no, you try to hit the ball hard, and if the ball goes out, it goes out. I'm not trying to hit home runs. And Stairs said, well, he goes, I'm trying to hit the ball out. He goes, because if I hit the ball out, I probably hit it hard.
But that's Matt's attitude in baseball and life. It's just, okay, we're going to go out here and we're going to have fun. I'm going to take my hacks and we'll see what happens.
2-0 on Stairs, and he took a home run hack and he fouled it off.
Alana, you want a front row seat? You're going to have fun sitting up there. I mean, come on now. You're going to sit on the front row. Make sure you take a glove with you.
Candy saved me because I almost lost my head there. I do have a batting helmet that I'm not wearing.
Why not?
Because I left it at home.
That's a good place for it.
I know.
I'm sure it won't get hit there.
Oh, dear.
See that fence right there, Alana, in front of you? I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
There, you might want to move behind it.
Alana, you can also move back about 5 or 7 feet and come back and sit back here with me.
I was hoping that we were going to have a walk-off earlier, and I was going to have to jump onto the field quickly.
Okay.
So, the bottom of this inning, I'll still need to be here.
2-2. Got him. Great inning for Matt Belisle. He strikes out Matt Stairs. 11, Dexter Fowler, Todd Helton, Troy Tulowitzki for the Rockies. And the Padres' new pitcher is their #1 pick from the 03 draft, who was the 4th pick in the draft, Tim Stauffer, who had shoulder surgery, torn labrum in 2008. We're talking about the poor draft of San Diego, and I don't want to throw Tim Stauffer under the bus, but for a guy who was picked 4th overall, he has not had that kind of career.
Well, it's unfortunate. He had torn labrum, and at the draft time, he was 90 to 95 mile an hour fastball, and he had good stuff to go with it. Well, since he's come back, his velocity's not overpowering, yet he knows how to pitch. He can throw strikes.
This is just his 2nd appearance of the year.
More of a 5th starter than he is a guy coming out of the bullpen. And unfortunately, or fortunately, Latos is a guy that beat him out for that position. He's out of options, meaning if they sent him to the minor leagues, he would be out there for the other 29 ball clubs.
And Dexter is quickly behind 0-2.
Well, Dexter's 0 for 2 in his career against Tim Stauffer. You remember the ball game he pitched against the Rockies at San Diego. He went 6 innings and gave up 1 or 2 runs against the Rockies in that start. 4-pitch mix, moves it in and out and up and down.
Dexter 0 for 6 from the left side so far this year. 0 for 4 tonight with a couple of strikeouts. Boy, it'd be huge if he could reach with his speed. Not going to happen. 1 out. And that'll bring up Helton.
Helton's even had his trouble with Stauffer. He's 1 for 6 in his career against him. A lot of hitters will tell you, Jeff, they don't like the soft stuff when they have the ability to change it from corner to corner and the ability to throw a changeup to go with it.
Well, it's tough to cover both sides of the plate and then also cover the difference in speeds. That's what makes it so difficult.
He's showing a steady diet of breaking balls. 2 sliders in a row to Helton, 1 at 85, this at 86.
First extra inning ball game, and Jeff, Jim Tracy wants to be very judicious how he uses Todd Helton. He's already given him 1 day off in the first week, and you say, well, he wouldn't give him 2, especially since Monday's another scheduled off day. However, if this ball game, goes 12, 13, 14 innings, short turnaround.
Might think twice about doing it because he's already been on record before the game saying he was going to be in the lineup.
That's a fair ball.
But you're right. If this does somehow go to 13, 14 innings or something like that, then you might think about taking Todd out and putting Jason over there.
Troy Tulowitzki, 2 outs, nobody on. There's some history between Tulowitzki and Stauffer. Last September at Petco, that is a home run.
Showing a little more velocity. I mean, on the gun here tonight, 92. That's not where he had been a year ago. He was more 86 to 89. They say more time spent rebuilding the arm strength of the arm, then the velocity comes back after that labrum surgery.
The 2, 3, and 4 hitters in the Rockies lineup tonight are combined 0 for 14. If you include Carlos Gonzalez, who's 1 for 5. They're 1 for 19. Rockies have only 7 hits as they hit here with 2 outs in the 11th inning.
Well, think about it, 3 of those are home runs, too.
Thank goodness.
Brad and Chris.
2-1 on Tulowitzki. I thought Tulowitzki in the 8th inning put the Rockies ahead. I know George did up here. He had a high drive to left field that Blanks caught on the track, and off the bat it looked like he was going to get on out. 3-2.
Left in a hurry and died out there. An 86 mile an hour slider on a 3-1 count with 2 outs, and it Again, memory, he doesn't have to flash back. Pitchers remember this. A backup slider. Just barely. You can see in that 4th strike zone. Caught the strike. At the knees. Ooh. Pretty good swing on a fastball at 92. Maybe just a little bit away from it.
I don't think Tim will throw that one again. The side, you can see how he just missed that. Tried to get on top of it, just worked underneath it a little bit.
And Stauffer strikes out Tulowitzki. He strikes out 2 in the inning, and we go to the 12th. And many have stuck around for inning number 12. We've been locked in at 4-4 since Brad Hopp tied it in the 6th inning with a solo home run to left. 2nd inning of work for Matt Belisle. Tony Gwynn, David Eckstein, Adrian Gonzalez. Yeah, Gwynn's been gone. My bad. Jerry Hairston is at the plate.
How about that look he just gave Tim Wilkie?
He may give him another look. 0-2.
That was the look I was talking about. Hey, that pitch is off the plate.
Sets up the whole at bat for the pitcher.
It does.
You got 4 shots now to go get him and stay out of the zone. 4 shots at him.
It sets it up for the umpire, too, to turn around and kind of talk to me like that. Well, the next one that's close.
You know what? Yeah, I don't see that as much as when I played and you played, Jeff. I just don't
quite
see
as
it
much anymore.
Huh. I mean, if it would have been Bruce Fromming, he wouldn't even have to throw in a pitch. Grumpy would have had him. Jerry Crawford's one of those guys. Joe West will do it now. Yeah, they go either way, though. Pitcher give you an ornery look, and you're not going to get a strike call.
I think Joe West will be working any Red Sox, Yankees.
I guess he doesn't like to be out there for a while. Well, they get a wider strike zone.
Foul tip, and Hairston's still alive.
Yeah, you know what? I tell you what, when I come to the park every day, I love the game of baseball. You see different things. You're going to look here on the Hyundai Cam and see things get hit off the end of the bat. You know what? If you don't want to be here, regardless of 3 hours, 4 hours, 2 hours, and 10 minutes, you don't read an article in the paper when it's a 2-hour game and he goes, yay, man, I really liked working that one. It's only the complaints when it went too long. Glad he nicked that one. Because it ended up in the seats after it bounced off the dirt. Not a very good swing on a hard slider. Tried to dip the knees down and go down to make contact. That hit right in front of the home plate area and it just shot back up into the stand.
Chris is going, where's the ball? I can't find it.
Fly ball to shallow left. Cargo. Unable to make the catch. It's a bloop single.
And again, you hit it out of no man's land. You're playing deep into the outfield. Hit off of Tulowitzki's glove. Nick Cargo was able to pick it. When it went off of Tulowitzki's glove, with your outfield playing a little deeper, you don't want any doubles. You don't want guys getting extra bases. You don't try to catch those balls. Obviously, it makes a longer run for your infield.
Eckstein will be bunting here. Hairston runs well at first. He's a guy who really handles the bat, so you
can't cheat it too quickly.
You worry about him maybe slug bunting. He's not going to give it away early.
Well, let me ask you a question, though. If he bunts him, I know that's the play. That's a great play. But if you bunt him over to second,
walk Gonzalez.
You're going to walk the best power bat they got in the lineup. You're going to put him at first and try to set up a double play, too. I could see you running a hit and run here because he handles the bat more maybe than a bunt. Could be totally wrong, though. I just don't think they want to open up a base to allow Tracy to give you the option to walk that guy.
We got the same angle that we had earlier in the game where Hairston is just off the backside part of the bag just a little bit. Now it'll be interesting. Now he's talking with Rick Renteria as far as the signs, what's going on. Is he going to steal? Is he going to hit and run? And also has a stopwatch with him.
Well, he was not bunting.
Well, that plays into the point that George was just talking about a moment ago, because if you do bunt him, then the easy play in this is to go ahead and walk Gonzalez, and then you'll set up the double play.
You always have, when you're looking at a lineup as an opposing manager, you always have A, B, and C of who you won't allow to beat you in a game, whether it's in the 7th inning or whether it's in the 12th inning. And obviously the A guy is Adrian Gonzalez.
Well, and he's B and C too. I mean, he's the only guy in the lineup where you sit there and go, he can't do it.
Yeah, but behind blanks is Chase Headley, who's got 3 knocks tonight. And if you advance him, you know what? I understand what you're saying, but he's still in scoring position, and you got 2 shots at it from San Diego's perspective.
3 knocks. History tells me, and in my opinion, history tells me that I just don't want to face Gonzalez with a guy at second base swinging the bat. I'm going to put him at first.
No, of course you are, but I still think you move the runner.
Harrison might take off.
Not going. There's the bunt. It's foul. Bud Black gave Eckstein 1 shot at it initially, and then he had him put down the bunt.
Harrison was real jumpy over at first just a moment ago before that last pitch from Belisle. He was out there, and I mean, he was sitting there and he was kind of juking the, am I going, am I not? And that puts a lot of pressure onto the pitcher. If he looks over there and sees that guy doing that sort of movement, he's got to really make sure that he refocuses going back to home plate.
Well, in this situation, it bears repeating. Eckstein, one of the toughest men to strike out in baseball. There's Adrian Gonzalez.
Well, he can just flick the bat. That's the thing. I mean, he's choked up on it so much, and we've talked about it, that he just has tremendous bat control.
1-2, especially with a guy with that kind of bat control, Huey, is a count that you see more and more guys running.
Well, yeah, because you look at it, it's going to be you try to get a strikeout pitch if you're the pitcher. So what are you going to go? Maybe a hard slider down and away or something like that. The way that Eckstein can stay inside the baseball and drive it to right field. Look for Troy to maybe
be the cover.
Be the cover guy. Leave Clint in the hole at second base.
No movement. It's a ground ball. Tough hop. Stewart did a great job. And it ends up working as a sacrifice because the only play was to first. And that was another tweener.
Well, he had, think back earlier into this ball game, he had that backhand that was in between. This time it's to his forehand that's in between. He's guarding the line just a little bit, has to give a little bit of ground, and catches it right on the end of the glove. And we've talked about it before that Ian Stewart has a very, very small glove for a third baseman.
So here's the walk to Gonzalez, setting up the force.
You know, look at the numbers against Bilal, 6 for 11 with 2 home runs. Talking about Adrian Gonzalez, regardless, even if he was 0 for 11, I think the right play is to walk him. It doesn't matter. I just think that you just take the bat out of his hands. Blanks, these two have not matched up here. Now, that doesn't mean they didn't match up in Portland or, you know, in AAA last year at some point when Bilal was down there. Those are numbers we're not privy to. And you remember guys as a pitcher coming to the big leagues, you remember guys you faced in the minor leagues but have not faced at the big league level. And a lot of times the catcher comes out and says, you know, we're going to pound him hard in, you know, and you're going to go, well, you know what? I faced this guy 4 months ago and he didn't hit a slider with a boat paddle. I want to go breaking ball because you're more familiar with him than a big league catcher might be.
The one thing we can't forget here, too, and Drew, you've mentioned it quite a bit, this guy's speed. So if you're thinking about a double play, it's not just a given with Kyle Blanks' speed.
Doesn't it help?
He's got to be hit hard and then the quick turn.
Doesn't it help, though, Gonzalez not running well at first? I mean, you got a little bit more time.
It does at second base, but you still have to get rid of the ball because you're thinking about the transfer and getting him out at first.
He also, Adrian's going to get a much bigger lead because Todd actually is playing way behind him. There's a strike.
Well, they got their one big gun left down in their bullpen. Obviously, that's Bell.
Rockies will have Hop and Stewart the first 2 next inning.
I wouldn't give him a fastball.
No.
Not till he shows me he can hit that. I would not give him a fastball.
Well, he's just trying to turn and burn, try to hit a home run. I mean, as soon as that ball was thrown, he was swinging. How about the blocking job from Chris Iannetta? From the Hyundai cam, we talk about that spin and kind of bouncing back just a little bit the other way, and he squared up just like you're supposed to. Just knock it down right in front of you.
Two on Blanks. Got him. And he did not throw anything straight to him.
Well, I don't think you should at this point of this young man's career force him to hit the breaking ball. Do not give him any kind of a pitch that he could drive that's straight. So you're going to look after the first 2 sliders more in the middle of the plate. He took this one off of the plate and got the big fella to reach for it.
Well, this has been the toughest out in the San Diego lineup tonight, and really in the first week of the season. Chase Headley's off to a fast start. 3 for 4 tonight, and also a walk. Batting average at .450. The go-ahead run at second and Jerry Hairston. Adrian Gonzalez at first. Second inning of work for Matt Belisle.
This is an area through his career he has struggled with runners in scoring position and a couple of outs. He's only hit 200 in his career.
Look at that. Rockies had only 3 opportunities runners in scoring position tonight. Good block by Iannetta. Most of the games final in big league baseball tonight. One game still going on in the 6th inning. The Giants and Braves are tied at 1. Jason Hayward for Atlanta has hit another home run, his second. Rockies will see him next weekend in Georgia. Good pitch.
Look on the fourth strike zone again, and then the location down and away, moving away from the left-handed batter. 93 miles an hour. There's a difference in a four-seam fastball outside corner that stays straight than one that's boring down and away from the hitter. It's more difficult to hit that boring fastball going away.
That's 3 blocks from Chris in the last, 6 pitches or so, where he's just textbook.
A runner in scoring position. Don't want anybody to advance. Drop to the knees, cup the front, keep the ball out in front.
There's an anticipation from a catcher standpoint when you call for a breaking ball of any kind, curveball, slider, that it could very well be in the dirt. The ones that are tougher to block are the fastballs.
Like that?
Like that.
Fastball in the dirt, you're expecting the ball away, and then you miss the target by a good 2.5 feet. I think that's the other thing you notice when you see that. Netta had to really reach back and catch that on a skip.
3-1 on Headley. And he walks him, and now Venable. This is a club that hadn't had the bases loaded all year. They've had it 3 times tonight, and the same guys come up. Venable.
Yeah, how about that? Every single time, Venable's been the guy that's come to the plate. Bob Apodaca out to visit. And Venable and Mr. Belial have not met up.
So the bases are loaded for Will Venable. 3-run triple in the 4th inning. And then in the 10th inning in the 8th inning with the bases loaded, he struck out against Rafael Betancourt. Venable is 1 for 5.
Yeah, that one, the difference maker in the ball game. That was a triple with the bases loaded, cleared everything. He struck out the next time he came up with the bases loaded.
Here's the 1-0, and it's a line drive to left, and Gonzalez gets there. Woo! Living on the edge. We'll go to the bottom of the 12th. Brad Hopp has had a large night. He will bat first. inning, Rockies trailed 4-2. Brad Hopp against Matt Latos. Hit one just over the wall. 6th inning, the Rockies trail at 4-3. No problem. Hopp goes deep again. Virtually the same spot. Against Matt Latos again. And here he is in the 12th inning against Tim Stauffer. 2nd inning of work for Stauffer. Off the corner. Ball 1.
Well, they attacked Hilton with an awful lot of breaking balls, and Todd got on top of one finally and hit the shot to first base. Now, as a left-handed power hitter and good hitter like Hopp, you may try to look for the same kind of sequence. He went curveball slider to start out with, then he came back with a curveball.
The one thing you have to guard against in extra innings, though, is getting too big of a swing, because everybody wants to be the hero.
Ground ball, and that's a good play by Headley.
He's had a few here in extra innings.
I asked him yesterday if he was comfortable again in his return to third base, where he played in the minor leagues. And he said, you know, it's starting to feel a lot more comfortable.
Well, he's made some plays like he's feeling very comfortable at third.
It just takes some more games, though, to feel comfortable. You can take all the ground balls you want. Until you get those hot smashes over there, that's when you feel comfortable.
Ball 1 on Stewart. Ian tonight. Pop to first. Single, and a strikeout. And another base hit. So the Rockies have the winning run aboard with 1 out. And Chris Iannetta approaching. He didn't try to do too much, Jeff.
Well, and that's what he's done tonight. Think about his 3 base hits. He's had 2 that have been jam shots, but where have they gone? Into center field. That time it was a little bit more of on the line drive stroke, but that's Ian Stewart now. I mean, he still has the power, and he's going to be able to do that. We've seen that already. But just to stay in the middle of the field and give what the pitcher's giving you.
Iannetta's 1 for 4. He got the Rockies on the board in the 3rd inning with a solo home run to right center. And here is what it looked like. This is his first hit of the year. In fact, it's still his only hit of the year. With the pitcher spot 3 doors down, actually 2 doors down, Manny Corpus is up throwing.
I wonder why they threw over there.
Well, a lot of times you get on the mound and you're confused. I thought home was over that way. Now, you know, sometimes you get set in a position. It's not the pitch you truly want to throw.
There goes the runner. Hit and run was on.
Maybe that's why he threw over.
Yeah. And when that happens, Jeff, are you concerned, especially in your division, it's early, that they've got your signals?
Maybe they might, because you look at it, that's why they threw over. But they also could have been thinking, you know what, let's just take a throw over there to see what the runner's going to do.
But isn't it a more telling sign if the team pitches out?
Right. But
when I would be worried more about getting signs maybe than that way. Maybe just, like I said, Stouffer was a little goofy.
One and two.
If you're Ian over at first base now, you got to really anticipate a ball down in the dirt. Try to advance.
Well, because he's throwing a lot more breaking balls too. I think that.
Well, that's why.
Yeah, if he was more of a fastball guy, and he's shown one at 92, but his out pitch has been all breaking balls.
Well, and it's 1-2 in the count too. If he tries to bury one down and away from Chris, if it gets away from the catcher, he can advance.
I think guys do that just get booed too. I know Sutcliffe did it to get booed. He threw over about 35 times.
And Ionetta's gone. 2 outs. Clint Barmas. Rockies now struck out 11 times in this ball game, albeit it is in the 12th inning. Rockies have Mora and Spilborghs along with their number 2 catcher tonight, Miguel Olivo.
Advantage
will catch
Rockies
tomorrow.
And advantage Rockies, because basically they're done over there. I mean, they have Torrealba, but then you run a huge risk if something happens to your catcher.
Spilborghs has come out in the on deck circle if Barmas were to reach. Barmas a 3-run home run yesterday. He knows about April walk-offs. Pitch out, nothing on. 2-1.
Jeff, when you were in uniform as a minor league coach, did you try to steal the signs? Well, they didn't really do it then because the managers typically were at third base. But you know, a lot of times in the big leagues, it's a manager giving signs off of the bench. Do you try to steal them off of him more than you do the third base coach?
Yep, because usually they'll have less signs that they go through when they're giving them to the third base coach.
Unless you're the Yankees, they have about 45 coaches.
Yeah, the third base coach, I mean, he's going through all these different things. Well, you know what? The manager goes only 1 or 2 places and he's done. So you try to steal it from him.
Hop up down the right field line, and that lies and falls in foul ground. Tell you what, that falls fair. The Rockies are going to win because the outfield is so deep. You're playing no doubles over your head, and if that falls in, especially with 2 outs, Stewart was already around third base. You know, the home run factor is down at Coors Field with the humidor in effect the last number of years, and also the improved pitching by the home team. But it's still a vast outfield, a lot of hits.
Well, I think too the other thing that's created a little less runs, not only because of the humidor, but you don't walk people. You don't create big innings by putting traffic on for free.
2-2 on Barmas. Runner was going there. Stewart is in motion.
Right, Eckstein was covering on that pitch too. So in my mind, for the hitter, I've got to sit there and go, okay, I just saw what they were trying to do. They tried to work me away, so I'm going to make sure that I stay inside and I try to hit the ball to the right side.
This ball lined to right at Jerry Hairston. Rockies got Stewart aboard, nothing else. How about the 13th? maybe he missed a signal.
He may have. Twice.
You know, Nick Hundley's a catcher, yet Nick Hundley's a good athlete. Not to be confused with, you know, Jose Reyes or somebody who can fly, but Nick Hundley's not a station guy. He's not bad.
You just can't fall asleep. I mean, that's the thing about it, is you got to make sure that you stay, you know, with him the whole time.
This hurt. Son, we don't have anybody on the bench. You're going to play, okay? Just kind of rub on it, do what you want. Remember they used to bring out the old
cold spray
with the can?
That was the best stuff. You don't allow that anymore, I don't think, do they, George?
I don't know. Instant freeze.
Well, they may allow it, but you don't see it. Or maybe they don't allow it, and that's why you don't see it. Not a lot of red marks through players. The Rockies have one pitcher left in their bullpen, and that is Esmil Rogers. Ubaldo Jimenez going tomorrow against John Garland. We haven't mentioned that. And thank goodness that the Rockies have a day off Monday, because everybody in that bullpen has gotten a lot of work. Last year, by the way, Nick Hundley, who's in your screen, was 5 of 6 stealing bases. That's the point I was making about him. You can't take a nap, and if a ball gets in the gap, he can move. Left field, Carlos Gonzalez makes the catch. Hundley will return, and now with one out, it's Tim Stauffer.
Well, and he's probably going to bunt the ball, put him in scoring position, and try to have Jerry Hairston Jr. in the 9-hole. Try to score him, maybe. Put on a slug bunt, do a lot of different things to try to do so. Drew, you just mentioned that they only had one pitcher left in Rogers, and my lovely bride Kay in Tulsa, Oklahoma, just texted me and said, "Do you need to warm up?" And I wrote a big no.
You're not dressed.
Not when my grandkids start taking me over the fence with the wiffle ball.
That's bunted in the air, and Stewart makes the catch.
Kind of anticipated that, didn't you, Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty easy textbook right there. I'd take it for a second. Ian might fake like he lost it in the lights and let it drop and get the double play.
That's not a bad thought.
You know?
The problem is he wasn't thinking it. Huey was.
Yeah, well, I mean, you drop it and then you go ahead and get the lead run, and you would get Hundley and then have the pitcher, if you weren't able to turn the double play, get the pitcher as a base runner.
He may not even run. He just assumed, I didn't look because I was watching the ball. Did he even move?
Not really. He took about 3 steps, and that was it.
Why didn't you yell that to Ian, Jeff?
Let it drop.
We got you down there for a reason. I mean, we love you. We wanted you sitting next to us, but we felt like you could help the club down there, for God's sake.
Did you see you start yelling?
Yelling
out looking
right
at you?
Here? Oh, that wouldn't go over very well, guys. It's a good thought, though.
Ground ball to third. And that is all for the Padres. Good job from Manny Corpus. Hundley a leadoff hit, never advanced. Melvin Moore, Carlos Gonzalez, Dexter Fowler. Cotton Eye Joe playing in the background. Bottom of inning number 13. Drew Goodman with George Frazier, Jeff Hewson, and Alana Rizzo. Melvin Mora will lead off for the Rockies against Tim Stauffer. Mora just came into the ballgame in a double switch. Barmas out. Mora's in at second base, so it'll be Mora, Carlos Gonzalez, and Dexter Fowler. Last time the Rockies touched second base, it was when Brad Hopp was jogging around the bases in the 6th inning. That's the first chance for the hometown folks to cheer Melvin Mora, George.
Yeah, they hadn't gotten a hit on the year so far. I'd like to see one here. Wouldn't mind seeing a big fly out of him.
He had to start Wednesday. He's 0 for 4, and he takes strike one. The battle of the bullpens. The original starters, Matt Latos went 6 innings, allowed 4 runs on 7 hits. And for the Rockies, Jason Hamill went 7 innings and allowed 4 runs on 5 hits. The Rockies have only 1 hit since Latos left the ballgame. And that was an Ian Stewart single with 1 out last inning. One and two.
Stauffer's done a nice job since he came into the ball game. He struck out 3, did give up a single back in the 12th, but worked out of that with 1 out.
Here's the 1-2 to Mora. Just missed. 2 and 2. You know, there have only been 4 ball games longer than 13 innings in Coors Field history. The longest being an 18-inning ball game, August of 2006 against the Diamondbacks. Here's the 2-2. And Mora hits it in the air to center. Real Venable 1 out. Well, you know, Cargo's mom's come a long way from Maracaibo, Venezuela, to watch her baby boy play baseball. And she's been smiling throughout the last couple of days, and she may be getting a hot cocoa right now.
Because it's cooled off a little bit down here.
Yeah. But wouldn't it be nice to hit one out from Mom?
Well, not while she's out getting cocoa.
Right, you know, but the beautiful thing about Coors Field, from the concourse, you can still watch the game. Oh and 2. Is that Gallagher up in the Padre bullpen?
Yeah, it kind of looks like Bell to me with his delivery.
This is pulled toward the hole, and what a play by Adrian Gonzalez. That's why he's won back-to-back Gold Gloves.
If he wasn't left-handed, he wouldn't get this ball. Because the way he had to go over into the hole and get it, Cargo pulled that breaking pitch. He dives and gets it. I know Eckstein was behind it, but I don't know if Eckstein, by the time he would have got the baseball, been able to throw out Carlos Gonzalez at first.
No, it is Heath Bell. Been a rough night for Dexter. He's 0 for 5, 3 straight punch-outs. You know, I'll tell you what, Huey, with the outfield naturally playing so deep, if Dexter hits one in front of the outfield, he'll have a chance to go for 2.
Oh, sure. And that's your thought right now with 2, especially with 2 outs.
Yeah, you got to protect against that hard slider. That's what the punch outs have come on, but although they're going to the outer half with it, and they went with a fastball. Ground ball out to Eckstein.
Stauffer's done a heck of a job. The Rockies have 1 hit since the 6th inning, and we're going to the 14th. up. Somebody was caught napping. Oh, eyes back open. Here we go, 14th inning. David Eckstein. You know what this guarantees, George?
Yes.
Another take me out to the ball game. This is a looper that's going to drop. That's a David Eckstein hit. He barreled that, didn't he, Huey?
Yep. With as much barrel as he has left after choking up.
David Eckstein's going to get a fastball. It's in the middle of the plate. He crouches. He crowds the plate. He chokes up. This is what he does very well in his career as a big leaguer. Not paid to hit it a long ways, just hit it where they ain't. He does it here.
Now with Adrian Gonzalez, you can't put a shift on because Eckstein is reached. You know, when Manny was going really well a couple of years back, he'd get a lot of ground balls. Good block.
Nice
and
block.
Ionetta's still moving well late in the evening.
That was a slider that you just have to anticipate where it's going.
Two and one. Second inning of work for Corpus. Gave up a leadoff hit to Hundley last inning and worked out of it. Now he's given up a leadoff hit to Eckstein. He's in a sticky part of the lineup. Rocky's been out hit 14-8. And Hop is not going to get this one. Eckstein to third, and he gets a green light. They got a shot at him. Now they don't have any shot. Missed a cutoff man. And the Padres take a 5-4 lead, and it's the one guy in the lineup that you fear, Adrian Gonzalez, with a double.
And what Gonzalez had done in his career, 5 for 11 with a home run against Manny Corpus. The runner on first base, you got to take your shot and hope you can get him out. Eckstein, and then on the cutoff throw, a relay throw from Hop, he overshot Mora, and then when that happened, it gets the short hop into Helton. And there was no opportunity. See, Brad's going to grab this ball right off of the wall, and then he's just trying to air it out as best he can to get it back over Mora's head. 2 hops to Helton, that allowed it.
Huey, let me ask you something. I know they spent spring training together. One of the responsibilities of a middle infielder is know your outfield arms. Did he go out too far?
I think he went out about 10 feet too far, because you don't need to do that with Brad. The way he can throw flat-footed, or I mean, he had a little bit of momentum because he was running back in towards the infield, and that's why you see where Melvin is. He could be back towards the dirt just a little bit more.
1-1 on Kyle Blanks. Now, if you're Corpus, I mean, you got to keep this a 1-run game.
Exactly, Drew. Great point. I mean, you cannot give in here and let another run come in and make it a 2-run ball game and give Bell, who's had good numbers at Coors Field in his career, to come in and try to save the ball game. That is a great point.
This is, I know he's a cleanup hitter, and I put it in quotations because he's a kid and they don't have a lot of options in the middle of their lineup. But Huey, the approach has got to be in this situation, does it not, to try to
you have to
move him over?
You have to. I mean, it doesn't look like from those swings that he's trying to do that, though.
Do you think
now with 2 strikes, it might be a little bit different. But even early on in this at bat, it didn't look like he was trying to drive the ball to right field.
I wonder if he's got that swing in there, though.
Well, he might not.
You know, I mean,
that's a good point,
George. 6'7", 250-pound man.
2-2. 3-2.
Coach, I was trying to go right, but man, you know what?
But you know
All
what?
I've ever done is swing as hard as I can. I don't know how to do that.
You do
Let's
it
work
enough,
on that tomorrow.
You do it enough in batting practice that first round, you can kind of get a feel on how to do it.
3 and 2 on blanks. And he walked him.
And Ismail Rogers was up twice earlier in the ball game. You've got to protect yourself somewhat tomorrow, even though Ubaldo has had great success. Don't get me wrong, and all the 26 straight starts with 6 or more innings, you just never know. And you're hoping Corpus could just get out of this inning. I mean, Ismail's going to get up again. You're worried, too, about a young arm like that. Once you get him, he pitched an inning last night, you get him up 2 or 3 times and don't get him into a ball game, run him back out there again.
And Frage, you get asked this by a lot of young pitchers who, when they transition from a rotation spot to the bullpen, this kid's not, he's been a starter
his whole life. And this is where, once you get ready, shut it down and watch. You got 8 more when you get out here.
Headley at the plate. Ball 1 on Chase. He's got to induce a ground ball here. He's got to force all around. 5-4 San Diego. Nobody out in the 14th.
Looks like he's trying to overthrow a little bit now, really falling off to his first base side.
Well, not staying on line. And when you fall off that first base side, if everything's not in sync, I mean, you land on a heel, you spin out your upper, they call it rotation up on the, it gets real rotational on the upper half of the body. You spin away from everything. Lose velocity, direction, break.
Remember that the Padres, despite playing so many young players, Jake Peavy traded, Chris Young hasn't really been fully healthy in a couple of years. This is a team that played a dozen games over 500 in the second half of the year. Two and 2. And they were 4-2 against the Rockies in September.
Change eye level. Everything typically with Corpus down. That ball was up. He swung through it.
Look, Lex had the hat on his head so long tonight, so I got to take it off. He's reached the point in the evening where even when it's off, it feels like it's on. Two. And another full count. Double play ball. Good job by Moore. Nice feed to Tulowitzki. 2 gone. Runner at third. And it'll bring up Venable. Boy, did Manny Corpus ever need that.
Yeah, and Melvin was out early today with Richie Dower working on this exact feed to second base. It is a ground ball hit very, very hard, but he stays down and then works underneath it, makes the backhand flip, lets Troy get out of the way, make the strong throw over to Todd.
Now get Venable. In the bottom of the 14th, it's Helton, Tulowitzki, and Hop. Middle of the Rockies order. They will see Heath Bell. And it's a pop-up in the infield.
I know he gave up a run, but to prevent any more damage, it gives you a chance anyway.
Yeah, you know what? Runner at second, George, after the double with nobody out. 5-4 San Diego. There's the big 3. To run in the top of the 14th. They have a 5-4 lead. And it's time for the Rally Caps. Todd Helton will lead it off against the National League save leader from 2009, Heath Bell.
Helton in his career 3 for 9 against Heath Bell. You see what he's done at Coors Field. 2-1, 3 saves, 193 earned run average in those 12 games. He's pitched 14 innings. He's blown a couple of saves. He's given up 13 hits. Tulowitzki's 0 for 10, Hop 5 for 11. Well, you want it to set up to try to win a game. This is the way you want it set up if you're the home team.
Now, Tim Stauffer did great work, the former University of Richmond All-American. 3 innings of 1-hit relief. He's on the plus side right now. He struck out 3. Well, why not bring in the guy to the bullpen with the most distinguished resume, because the Rockies haven't hit anybody else in their pen tonight. Strike 1 from Bell.
The spring training velocity was down a little bit on Heath Bell. I mean, 88, 89 miles an hour. He can't run into the mid-90s. We've seen him at 96 before in his career. First offering to Helton, that hard slider. Sinker at 93. Max effort type delivery.
7 innings of work by the Padre pen tonight. They've allowed 1 hit, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. 2-1. Boy, this is the guy you want up. You always want him up. He's such a high on base percentage guy.
Just works it. He'll work the count to his favor. He's going to make you throw the ball over the plate. Helps crowding a little bit.
Three and 1.
Remember, Heath Bell, folks, if you're the closer out on the road, anytime your team gets traffic on base, you're up throwing. So he was up throwing 3 or 4 innings as if to come in to try to save that game. You've got to get ready. You got to get ready to go. And what effect that might have on him, we'll tell here just a little bit in this game.
3 and 2.
Todd was taking the whole way right there. With 3-1, okay, I'm just going to challenge him to throw another pitch. 3-2, so what? I'm going to still get another opportunity.
Fouled off. Helton's .328 lifetime average, 3rd among active players behind Pujols and Ichiro. Look out, Glenn Allen Hill.
How about
That's
that?
interesting. Wow. You know, as long as he's played, as great as he is, you still have those days. He has a lifetime on-base percentage of .427, which is one of the highest of all time.
It seems like the more pitches Helton season at bat, the better off it is. This is the 9th one.
Outside. And the Rockies have the tying run aboard. Now, there's no one who can run for him, I don't think. Well, you have no one left to play first unless you move more. You don't have an extra infielder anymore. So Todd's got to run for himself. Only 2 position players left, Ryan Spilborghs and Miguel Oliva.
I mean, the only thing you do is you could run Spilborghs and put him in right, bring Hop to first. It's just been a long time since Brad was at first base, even though he took balls there in spring training.
That'll leave him in the game.
Yep. Tulowitzki on the ground to third, bobbled once. There's one, and wow, there's two.
What a stretch from Gonzalez.
A bobble at third, and then an exchange by Eckstein with Helton borne down on top of him, and then a stretch by Gonzalez. There's all kinds of things had to work. Another shot at just what we're talking about, and this ball scorched right at him. Catch the throw, good feed there, and then he just tried to get on top of it. Eckstein's a guy that when he needs to try to throw the ball hard, he can do it. Look at that stretch on the Hyundai cam. Wow.
And, you know, give Tim Timmons, who's had a number of tough calls tonight, a lot of credit. This ball's toward the gap in right center field. And Brad Hopp has himself a base hit, and then, boy, oh boy, Jerry Hairston just kind of casually flipped that in. It allowed Brad to get in scoring position.
I don't think Brad was going to go to second until Hairston lollygagged the ball back in.
Well, it's a great big turn by him, but it's interesting because when he went out to get it, he's going to have to backhand the ball. Let's watch his momentum and what happens, because I think this is what made him go get it. See, he's going to have to throw it across the body a little bit, and that just helps. Hopp says, I'm going. Hopp's thinking about it, and he's like, all right, I'm going now. I'll just run the gamble. National League save leader on the mound. If I make it, I make it. I got a chance to score.
Well, Ian Stewart, along with Brad Hopp, have been the big guns tonight. Stewart, with first base open, is not going to get a pitch here. They're going to walk him. He has 3 hits tonight. Chris Ionetta's on deck.
Well, that's not surprising to me at all. Ionetta 0 for 3 against Bell. That's right on right. This is your RBI guy, hottest long ball guy, and he's hitting 421.
The only thing you do though is put the winning run on base.
That's right, but I just think for me, in my opinion, I walk the guy. I'm going to go at Ionetta.
You know, it's not just us sitting up here who have a wealth of statistics at our fingertips. Bud Black knows not only is it right on right, so he's going to go in that direction. He knows Ionetta's 0 for 3 in his career. He also knows he's 1 for 11 this year so far.
He's looking at a 421 average of Ian Stewart. He's looking at the home runs, the RBIs. The guy that's a fastball, primarily fastball pitcher sitting out on the mound. He's, you know what, I'm going to take my chances this way. I just like it better.
You know, Huey, you got Ionetta up there who is sometimes overly patient. You have a strike thrower in Bell. In his mind, you got to be a little more aggressive early.
Look for that very first pitch, that fastball.
He did.
I like that. That was a hanging slider, but still, it was up in the zone. Something you can do damage with it. In these situations, you can't be too selective.
Now the outfield, because the tying runners at second, they have moved in considerably, trying to cut off Hopp at the plate.
But now that opens up the gaps just a little bit more.
Yeah, you know what? On a base hit at Coors Field, they're probably going to score. You get that thing hit over your head, you lose.
That just missed. I tell you what, it made Tim Wilkie flinch.
Yeah, he flinched, Drew. Good observation there. Now he's trying to tell Bud Black where it was.
I tell you, Bud Black got after him a little bit too. Going to call it earlier. Call it now.
1-1. That's there. 1-2. Ian Stewart is the trail runner, the potential winning run. Got it. And the Padres win the marathon in 14 innings, 5-4. Stauffer gets the win. Heath Bell gets the save. Manny Corpus the loss. And the Rockies fall to 2-3 on the young season. And the Padres have the same record. They're now 2-3. Yeah, the Rockies did not get much done offensively, especially against that Padre bullpen. They had a mild threat going in the 14th against Heath Bell, but they didn't get the big hit. Time for our Granger player of the game in the 14th inning. Adrian Gonzalez with a double to drive in what proved to be the winning run in the